Welcome everybody to another exciting episode of the AusNZ Community Podcast. We have three new guests on this afternoon. It's going to be an epic episode. It could be even more epic-er if we could convince someone to join, but they're being a little bit on the elusive side. We won't
Being a bit
mention.
shy.
He's been very flippant about coming on. So I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to point out who it is, but oh god, there's a fly on my bloody desk. I'm going to flip it off. Don't worry. Go away. All right, here we go. So, welcome, Pete.
Thank you.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I put up my Christmas decorations today, so feeling festive.
You were saying, wow, feeling festive. My sister put up a little nativity scene, and she said on Facebook that Mum never put Jesus in there until Christmas Day, and what's the correct way to do it? And I don't know. Anyway, JR, how are you?
I'm good. I'm glad to be here on the podcast again.
Yeah, it's good to have you back.
And how are you, Eva?
Yeah,
Busy?
I'm doing really well. I've been really busy. I've been doing a whole lot of maintenance on servers and stuff at home, with a possible change to the way we're gonna produce, distribute the podcast. So hopefully things might change, and yeah. So looking at just keeping things going onwards and upwards. Yeah, onwards and upwards. So big news. Glider.
What is it?
Glider.
I haven't got it yet.
Oh, you haven't got it yet? Well, I happen to have VIP, so I may already have it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Are you liking it?
I really love it.
Looks interesting.
Yeah. It is a lot of fun. And it's just a different like a completely different vehicle. It's not about going fast. It's not about doing. Although I think it might go fast. I don't know. I think it's more of an adventure fun vehicle than a cups time trial.
It looks like it would be a very good long distance jump vehicle. Being a glider and all.
Yeah, I don't know. I reckon because you've got to charge up the propeller by driving. So if they have a short run, the propeller might not be charged up enough to get you a nice. And a glider, in every sense, means it needs to have somewhere to drop into. So it will fly forwards and upwards for a bit, but then it needs to come back down. So yeah, no, it's really fun. It's really fun. And I'm enjoying it, doing adventure with just magnet, coin, and empty fuel boost, just for fun.
Which one is better? The glider? Yeah.
You've already got more parts on your radar. No, on your glider than I do on my radar.
Well, then in that case, you don't want to know what the GP is on my radar.
Is it terrible? I hope it's terrible.
It is.
It's max, isn't it?
468. 468 of 483, and the only parts I don't have maxed are the ones that are really important, like jump shocks, landing boost, spin boost, and then heavyweight, magnet, and air control. Everything else is maxed.
So you'll be getting like 30k scores in the last two team events then?
No, because I can't wheelie it to save my
life. I found out if you lower suspension, makes it a hell of a lot easier.
Noted. I'm doing that now.
Go to about maybe 5 or 6.
Oh, 5 or 6. Okay.
Yeah.
See,
just drive on the back wheel.
Yeah, this is the thing that
Mm.
irks me about this game, right? As when I first started, everything I did was to maximize those 4 tunes, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Maximize, maximize, maximize. And then you get there and you go, it's not any faster. It doesn't go any
Yeah.
faster. And sometimes it feels like it's going slower. So anyway, but yeah, and Wheelie is one of those weird and wonderful things that makes no sense to me. So
It can be really good or really bad.
no, in my case, it's always really bad.
I have a quick question, Eva. What's
Yeah,
better, the glider, or the? Oh, my
Radar.
mind went blank.
I
The
don't
radar.
know the Raider, the new.
The Moonlander.
Oh, the Moonland.
Oh,
No,
Moonland.
no, the Moonland. They're 2 different vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah, 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 yeah. They're 2 different vehicles. The glider is more fun and can be
Mm-hmm.
used in adventure, whereas the Moonlander is only really
Mm.
good at adventure in the moon map.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So
So
it's not going to replace anything like
no,
like the
I don't think so.
bus.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can't wait to get it. Hopefully, I get it because I was looking at the info and it said you can unlock with VIP or season pass, or at the end of the season you can unlock it possibly in a legendary chest.
Well, I reckon
So
that
how
legendary
long?
chest. I reckon that legendary chest is going to be the one you get at the end of the season for
Is it going to
completing
be
the
in that
season.
chest, or
I
is there a
think
chance of it being in that chest?
I don't
It
know.
could be any chest.
Yeah.
Because
I
How
don't know.
long
And
will
this
you
is
have to wait?
I don't know if I
end of
want
the
to
season.
do the season this season or not. I haven't completed a season in probably 2 years.
Yeah. Okay. That kind of defeats the purpose of it, then, doesn't it?
Because if I make the effort and do the season and then I
Then
don't
don't
get the
get it.
reward,
Yeah. Well, I mean, look. At the end of the day, you got to remember we did all that work with the Moonlander, and then they nerfed it. So
this
it's
is
like,
true.
like, oh my god, I did
Yeah.
so many. I dragged the tail of that Moonlander for hours,
hmm
only because I thought it would be good, and I did it on both accounts as well. I thought it'd be good because at the end of the day, it'd be good to have that opportunity to do it for team events on my alt, and then anyway, don't matter. Don't matter. Anyway,
Question before we move
yeah,
on from the subject.
yeah.
Did you unlock the radar by doing the public event or did you buy
No comment.
I want to talk about that because when I
I
started
bought
the
a
game,
chest. I bought a chest with a few legendary parts and a legendary chest with it as well, all at the same time. Got the vehicle, got some legendary chests, and I had some scrap, so I maxed it.
That explains it.
mm,
Yeah,
That
pretty much.
explains
mm,
why you've got 400
Yeah.
GP. Yeah. Awesome. Good to know.
Yeah.
I
What
did
were you
not.
going to talk about, Jackrabbit?
In my many years of playing the game, I used to just acquire vehicles from coins,
Yep.
spending coins, right? And
Yep.
then
hmm
I grinded a few public events for the rock bouncer, the hover bike. I tried my best twice on the Raider, but I will not spend wasting my life grinding to 800 points when there were so many people in the lobby and I was getting 5 points and below. So for the very first time, I spent money on getting a vehicle.
Oh no! Once it starts, it doesn't stop.
Ah, oh my god. Yeah.
Yep.
Does that mean you also have the glider?
I am about to subscribe again because I paused for 1 month. I paused my
Yep.
subscription for 1 month, just like every other month. So I'm about to do that on the glider.
Nice. Very cool.
Nice. Nice. All
What
right.
about you, Pete?
I managed to grind the public event for 600 points, not the 800-point one.
So that
But
was
for
the
both
time round.
accounts?
Yes, actually.
Wow.
Both accounts. Mm.
You have the patience.
It was good because I liked the event. It was the
Mm.
Broken Beast event.
Oh yeah, the Broken
where you
Beast.
just
That is
drive fast.
that is a really cool event. I must say, I
Yeah.
enjoyed it. Because it's something that you don't necessarily always get to do, because that the beast is never broken like that.
Mm. Do you think that's going to be a mastery level? Because they've had that a couple times now.
I don't know. I thought the first time it was for May the 4th.
I think it was originally.
Yeah,
because
the
I
first
remember
time
that.
it looked like pod racing, and it was
Yeah.
May the 4th. Yeah. I don't know.
Should we get our guests involved in these
Yeah,
chats?
I think so. All right, so now these guys are a bunch of awesome guys. I've actually played on their team while I was doing some. I did a month with them. I did a month with OnlyFans. I did a month with Cheap Tricks, and I'm back with Cheap Tricks at the moment. But I really, really, really enjoyed my month with Team Canada. And we're really, really, really honoured to have 3 guys from Team Canada with us today. I'll put them in order of their. I will announce them in order of their alphabetical order, because it's easier for me, so that way I don't forget anybody. The first person is A-A-Ron. Welcome to the podcast, A-A-Ron. How are you?
Well, thank you for the welcome, and yes, nice to be here. I'm looking forward to the next few hours with us.
Oh, perfect. Second in the list of people who is joining us is a guy by the name of RDiddy. So, welcome to the podcast, RDiddy. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you very, very much for having me. Super excited.
Welcome to the podcast, Joni. Thank you for coming on. Can you give us a little rundown? Can you give us a little rundown on your little HCR journey so far?
Sure, I can. I'll make this very brief. So I downloaded Hill Climb Racing, which I played for a while, and as soon as HCR2 was announced and released, I downloaded it and went, "Wow, this is just such a dramatic change," and loved the game, and became a cup moron, meaning I was playing it all the time. And as soon as Teams was released, sorry, back up one step. My son, he downloaded it too. So both of us were playing cups. Me a little more aggressively than himself. And then when Teams came out, we formed TML Fans, which rapidly filled up with a bunch of players, most of them Canadian. And
what's TML?
TML stands for Toronto Maple Leafs.
Which is
the local NHL hockey team to where I live, and is my my passion for a hockey team to follow, even though they haven't won the Stanley Cup since '67. Everybody knows that. Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah. Fair enough. Because I saw it in your presence on Discord. I saw TML Johnny, and I just wondered what it meant. And now that I've asked, I'm happier that I've asked.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I was wondering what it meant, and I'm glad I asked.
So yeah, the TML is just, and the logo of my name is the Toronto Maple Leafs logo. And Flip was creative enough to create my logo by putting the JD in the Toronto Maple Leafs emblem.
Ah, cool. Very cool. Alrighty.
And so TML fans, eventually, we merged with Casey's Racers. And it was in Casey's Racers that I met Flip, Diddy, and a lot of other players. Yep. And then KC himself, who was running the KC group of teams, was somewhat reluctant to merge with anybody else, and a bunch of us decided to merge with Gone Wild, and we became Gears Gone Wild.
Yep.
And Gears Gone Wild became Chaos. Chaos merged with another team and became something I can't remember.
Wasn't it?
The new Chaos.
The new Chaos, yes.
The
new Chaos.
It was the new order.
And then we merged with the new order and became the new order.
Out of order.
And then the new order became Empire, and some of us broke away from Empire and created Team Canada.
Yep.
Those of us that had more than one alt count stayed with Empire, but I at that point only had two. With my main, I joined Team Canada, and with my alt, I carried the Canadian players that were in this Empire deal into a team called Canada, which inevitably became a feeder team to Team Canada.
Yep.
That's my history.
Very cool.
Question: Did your son come along with you in the teams, or
my son followed me everywhere that I went?
So he's still with you in Canada?
He is. He's in Team Canada. His player name is Demon. His name is Jackson. He is 16 now, and
excellent.
He is arguably
really good at kangaroo.
he is probably one of the better jumpers, which it appears the younger you are, the better the jumper you are. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's dexterity. I'm not sure. But
they've got younger thumbs.
Yeah, I'm better at time attacks. Jackson is better at jumping.
Cool. Yeah, very cool.
That's good to know that he's still with you. Because my son used to play in that team, but he gave it up. So
you know what? It's been all that I could do to keep Jackson interested, because kids his age. He's 16 now. He loves to play all sorts of things. He doesn't do much else in the game other than to play the team event.
A-A-Ron, can you give us a little bit of background and a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your HCR journey so far? If Diddy wants to chime in and override anything you say, he's more than welcome to.
All good, all good.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Our paths do cross many times.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
So,
in many
Ron,
ways.
A-A-Ron, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, sure. Well, this year was a big year for me. I just turned 50. Like most of the other players on the team, I am from Canada, and more specifically Ontario.
Yep.
I live in Hanover, outside of Buffalo. I pretty much play this game almost every day. I've been playing either HCR 1 or 2 probably since they both come out. I didn't really have a time where they overlap. So when kind of HCR 2 came out, I kind of put HCR 1 away. But I pretty much started them when they both came out. And actually, kind of funny, I remember Hill Climb Racing 1 when it only had 2 boards. So that's how long I've been playing it.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's been quite fun.
You're an original hill climber.
Yeah, original hill climber. I used to get up really, really late. Like I had an old Android phone, like probably one of the first Android operating system, and I remember seeing this game about physics, and I was really into physics. That's what I'd taken in school, and I thought, wow, I got to try this. And then like a week later, I'm up at 2 a.m. driving this roller coaster down a highway to make millions and millions of dollars every night. Oh, I can't. Yeah, it was unbelievable. My eyes were blurry. I couldn't see.
Wow. Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah,
At 2 in the morning,
oh
far
yeah,
out.
Because I think
Yeah.
yeah.
I think I'm with you there. I reckon I downloaded the game and I was still using Gingerbread. So that's 4.4.
Right.
4.4.
Yeah.
And I
Hmm.
had a Note back then. I had a Note 2, I reckon. Yeah. And I was playing on a
Yeah,
Note
that's
2.
cool.
That would have been probably 2014-ish, 2013-ish.
Yeah.
Just after it had started. And I did the same. I spent hours and hours and hours grinding and getting all the vehicles. What was your favorite vehicle on HCR1?
In HCR1, well,
Yeah.
it's rally again. I like the rally. I used it all the time. It was very versatile, and
Yep.
like
Yep.
you can kind of now playing both know that it seems if you kind of use a word to describe the difference between 1 and 2, I would say one's a little choppy. You know how it moves and rigid. So the rally car
Yep.
kind of made that not happen, and I loved it.
Yep.
But as soon as that, like, all right, go ahead. Oh, you there? Yep. Yeah. So
Right.
then once the train became, or the train on the roller coaster, that
The
was a
roller
big thing.
coaster.
I kind of almost just drove that daily.
Yep. For me, it was the tracked vehicle with the spoiler on the back. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Oh my god, I think they called it Super something. Now I'm going to have to start the game up to see what
Oh,
it is.
right.
Hang on, I'm starting up Hill Climb 1, so then this doesn't kill me. The Super Off-Road, it was called. The Super Off-Road.
Right.
Because it had a really good tank, and it had really good acceleration.
Hmm.
And while the spoiler was on it, it went really fast and flew very well. But when the spoiler fell
Hmm.
off, it was not rubbish, but it was not as good.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, I loved it. I loved it. So when you joined HCR2, did you join HCR2 early?
Yes. I think maybe after a couple of months after it came out.
Yep, yep. So there was no
Yeah.
teams. There was just adventure and cups.
Right. Adventure and Cup. And that
Yep,
was fine because the graphics were such an increase from number one. I thought, oh wow,
yep.
this is like amazing. Even yeah.
And the tracks became more challenging.
Hmm.
Yeah, and the cups were challenging as well because it wasn't about, it was more about time, and then that whole time factor thing kind of changed the way you play the game. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can remember when the sports car couldn't go up a hill in adventure. It didn't have enough grip. It was about two and a half
Right.
thousand k's into the track in adventure, and it would just get halfway up the hill, and even with a run up, you couldn't get it up and over, and that was a fully maxed vehicle, and I was like, but
It was
but
such
but
an
I've
That was
expensive
countryside,
vehicle to
wasn't it?
buy too.
yeah, I've spent all this money on this car, and it's not faster.
Not doing it.
So that was well before parts. So yeah, no, very
Right.
cool. Yeah, very cool. What about yourself, RDiddy? What's been your journey so far?
I started with HCR1 as well, and it was around 2013, 2014. My favorite vehicle was the monster truck. So similar to the monster truck of HCR2 with the big
Yep,
tires and
yep,
able to go over a bunch of stuff. I love the moon. I think it was the Mars map. There was a
yes,
Mars map, I
yeah,
think.
yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yep. That
Um,
was the one with the caves as well as and it had green slime, I think.
yes, yes, yes.
Yep, yep, yep,
So I started with that, and I was playing that, and my son actually said, "Hey, Dad, there's a part two," and
yep.
I had no idea about it. And my son said, "Yeah, well, we'll download it. We can play together." So and this was also before Teams. So we started playing together, and then of course, just like any other kid, I'm done with this game. So now I'm playing with 2 accounts, and then that's kind of how my 2 accounts started. But my history, yeah, I mean, we can go well into Teams and merges and stuff, but I'm an OG from before Teams. How about that?
Yeah, wow.
Mm.
Wow. And when Teams started, were you early adopter to Teams, or did you take the long, slow road?
No, well, I started my own team because that was the cool thing to do, and it was called RAD Racing, RAD Racing, and I had 3 people on the team. One was myself, one was my son, and some other person, and we went absolutely nowhere, and it was awesome.
Best 100 gems you've ever spent.
Exactly. So then I gave that up really quick, and I joined a team called A-E-H. And in Canada, that's a very big word. You know, we say A all the time. And they're still around today. They're a strong Division 2 team. I probably spent 3 years with them. And they're still around. And I had my alt account with them for a very, very long time when I moved my main off to join KC Racers, which is where I met a very large majority of the players on Team Canada.
Oh, wow. Nice.
I am just curious.
Canada and Queensland have something very similar to each other. You say EH, and Queensland says AY at the end of sentences.
They're really similar.
Very.
But Pete's being polite. That's not Queenslanders in general. That's far north Queenslanders.
Far north Queensland. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. No. Far north Queenslanders, and they are a breed of their own. Yeah.
But the worst thing is, like, I had somebody who worked with me, and then I started taking the piss.
Yep.
And then it became a part of my vocabulary.
Oh no.
Well, so I had to really focus to not say it anymore.
Yep. Well, I had a guy on the phone, and he said, "Oh, can you send me an email?" I said, "Yeah, sure." And he goes, I said, "What's your email address?" And he goes, "Oh, hang on a second. It's reada@optusnet.com.au. And I said, "All right." So I typed it in, sent an email, bounces back. I ring him. I said, "Mate, your email just bounced." He goes, "Oh, we'll read back the email address you used." And I said, "All right, here we go. It's reada@optusnet.com.au. Hey. He goes, "Yeah, that's it. A." And I said, "Well, can you do me a favor? Can you send me an email?" Yeah. So I read out my email address, and he sends me his email. And the email was actually READ.
Yeah, I thought that.
READ at optusnet.com.au. There was no A after the read, right? And I'm like, oh my God, here we go. So yeah,
you were talking, Eva. You were talking earlier about accents in Australia.
Yep.
But everybody in Canada, you can tell where they live, whether it's east, central.
Yeah, for sure.
Times you can tell by their accent, right? But everybody says A. Everybody does it. Everybody doesn't matter where you live.
No. See, this is the thing. In Canada, it's assumed that everybody does it, and that's great. In far north Queensland, it's just because they're thick, right? They're a bit slow, and I might have to take that back.
Never wear shoes.
Never wear shoes. You know, they celebrate everything with a couple of slabs of beer. You know, a slab is 30 bottles. 30 small stubbies. 30 bottles of beer.
Wow.
Yeah, everything's about the next slab. And I shouldn't say that out loud. It's not that bad. They're not that bad. No, they're not that bad. Whereas
it depends where you go.
True. Whereas Canadians do it, I think it's almost polite, a polite way of a Canadian saying, "I've finished talking."
Yeah.
Well, I could say, "Look, come over for a beer, eh? That's all good. Just come over for a beer, eh?"
Yep. Yeah. It's
And
your way.
then one turns into 17, and it's all good. See, what we also like to do is have beers in our garage. So in the summertime, you're out in your backyard, around your pool or around your fire pit or whatever. But in the wintertime, you have your garage door open. You're sitting there with your toque. You're sitting there with your gloves, and you're just in your garage. You just have your beer, and then your neighbors across the road see your garage doors open. Then they come over, and then one turns into several. And it
17
happens all
again.
the time.
Well, I mean, and that's I get that from Canadians. They're just really friendly. They're kind
polite.
of polite. They're an even friendlier, politer Australian.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that surprises me that you have beer in the winter, because I know it gets very cold in Canada.
It does, but there's always room for beer. There's always room for beer.
You don't switch it up to wine or anything like that?
Well, actually, I'm having a rum right now. So I am an avid rum. I'm an avid rum drinker, and I know Johnny is too.
Have you tried?
I enjoy my rum.
Bundy rum.
I was going to say, have you tried Bundaberg rum?
Bundaberg, no.
It's made in Queensland.
In far north Queensland.
Oh, maybe I don't want it then.
It's the drink of bogans in Australia.
That's one of my things I was going to say later. That's the equivalent of screech, Newfie screech. Have you heard of this?
No. What is that?
So in Newfoundland, which is on the east coast of Canada, the Jamaican white rum is imported through Newfoundland.
Yep.
And they mix it they blend it with local things in Newfoundland. I don't know the exact process, but the outcome is called screech. And this is one of the questions. I don't want to jump ahead, but part of the drink out there is called a Newfie Screech, and it is a rum blend drink of Jamaican white rum, which is, I think white rum is 150 proof.
Yeah.
And it's quite. It'll make you blind if you drink this shit straight.
Yep.
Well, Bundaberg rum, I've actually been to the factory. They do a factory tour. I was there at 10 o'clock in the morning, and they give you 2 drinks as you leave, as you're about to leave. And I was there with my ex-wife, and we had 2 drinks each. And then there was a couple that were next to us who wanted to do the tour but didn't really want to have the drinks. So they gave us their 2 drinks each. I still don't remember how I got back to the motel that afternoon. But Bundaberg is made from sugarcane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's a lot of sugarcane in Brisbane and Queensland. They grow a lot of sugarcane. And Bundaberg is made from sugarcane and molasses.
Okay.
Yeah. So it gets people hyperactive, very hyperactive. When they get drunk on Bundaberg, they become intolerable.
Yes. There's a few different types of people. There's people that get angry when they drink it.
Yep.
Some people get really happy and like energetic.
Yep.
And then other people just like sit in their chair and just drink.
I think that's like
a few different types.
I think that's like every alcohol though. It has its.
I don't know many others that make people angry though.
No, you could say that about whiskey. Whiskey will get people either in a good mood, in a bad mood. You can also have whiskey and you can't get it up. That's a thing.
Oh my goodness!
We've dipped below the belt.
But
You can
Literally,
you can bleep that out.
literally.
Oh no, that's all right. I thought you
We'll
said
leave it
whiskey deck. Whiskey deck. You can't.
Whiskey
You
deck.
can't.
It's
Yeah, you
long and
can't walk
hard.
out of it. Yeah.
Everyone can stand on it. It's long and hard.
Yeah, long and hard. Yeah, that's the one.
oh my god.
Oh,
Well,
jeez.
it's like beer garage, but it's more whiskey deck.
Yes. Oh, see, my brother used to go through stages while he was drinking. He used to drink a lot, and he would get
Mhm.
to,
Did he
he'd
get
drink
a
until
really
he was
bad case of whiskey deck?
No. He would get to a point where he would say, he'd come over and give you a hug and go, Michael, you're my brother, and I love you. And I'd be like, oh, that's great. That's really nice. And then 2 more drinks, and he'd be like, off, you're a.
Yeah, exactly.
you know, and he would just launch at me, and I'm like, right, we should have stopped him 2 drinks ago.
Yep.
Anyhow, so
Anyhow, going back to HCR2.
yeah, and no decks.
I have a quick question for RDD.
Yeah.
Did you happen to join an OzNC team before?
Yes, I have actually. Myself,
Yeah.
previous guest RT, and previous guest Devastator. The
Uh-huh.
3 of us joined one of the Ozenze teams. I think it was in 2022, and there was a push in CC, I believe. It's going back a few years, but
Yep.
it was a push in CC. We came over. We helped out. I am on the server. I did post a bio actually of myself on the server as well at the
Yep.
time. But I did spend, I think it was 2 months there. I spent 2 months with you. Yep.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
cool.
That
That's
was
cool.
Love it.
that was probably just around the time that I got booted from T1.
Did I take your spot? I didn't take your
No,
spot, did I?
no, it was taken by someone else
It was
who left about.
Devastator.
No, it
It
wasn't
was
Devastator.
Devastator.
No, it wasn't Devastator. No, I just every now and then I just like to rub it in that he kicked me without telling me, and I have forgotten, but I've forgotten. It's okay. It's okay.
Mhm.
I don't sleep well at night still, but it's getting better. It's getting better. No, I'm really just shit stirring someone. That's all. I'm not even going to mention his name. I'm just shit stirring someone. So, but yeah,
Can I say one thing?
sure.
Yeah, go.
I caught up on a number of the podcasts. My first podcast was GTR's last podcast that I
Oh
listened to.
wow. Okay.
And then I listened to each one like literally one after the other. But because I wanted to get through them, I listened to them at that speed 1.2. So
Okay.
now I hear your voices, and the 3 of you sound completely different. You sound nothing like what I've been listening to for like 3 weeks.
Sorry, is it better if I
That's
speak speed?
hilarious.
Just speak a little faster, please.
Well,
I can't even speak that fast.
here's a pro tip, right? I actually edit the podcast at 1.3 times.
So he can hear what you hear.
So I hear it
Yes.
slightly faster. I hear it slightly faster again, and it's really so then I can listen to the whole thing, get through it all in a quick manner, and then I remove all the empty spots, and I slow it down when I'm doing a deep dive into an edit. But if someone's having a good long conversation, I speed it up. So I know exactly what you're saying, because when I slow people down, it's like, is that what they actually sound like?
Yeah, for sure.
Nah, very cool, very cool. Well, JR, did you have any pertinent questions of your own?
Yeah, I wanted to ask our guest how they got the Raider. Did you also grind for 800 or 600 points? Or you opted to buy it from the shop? Aaron, how did you do it?
The Raider I grabbed immediately in the PE. Normally, I would let it stretch over the course of the entire event and not try to like use ticket refills. But with like knowing that there was going to be a glider coming shortly, and I don't know if we knew then that time when it came out in the PE if it was going to be like double used twice in the TE. So I just said, you know what, let's just go get it. I thought
Yep.
waiting for it would
Mm.
like really put me behind, and I didn't want to take a chance. So yes,
Yeah.
800 day one, just doing that event over and over.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow. Oh my
Dedication.
God.
Dedication.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Oh man.
yeah. So
Wow.
yep,
Do you only
yep.
have one account?
No, I have two. I have
So
two,
you
and
did
mine
it for
started out
both
a little different.
accounts?
Yes, yes. So I have
Oh
both accounts.
wow.
Yes, yes, yeah. That's right. I didn't think
Oh
about that. Yes, I
wow.
did.
Oh
Right.
wow.
But you know what though? I probably do the PEs a little differently than most. I will gravitate towards two or three of the tracks that I know I can get a 9 or 10, and I kind of give myself a
Oh.
little schedule. So
Oh
I
yeah.
maximize the sport leads. Yeah, because you were right when you say about people getting 5 or 6. That doesn't help when it's 800. So I really made sure to do like,
Mhm.
number 2, number 7,
Mhm.
repeat.
Ah.
Mhm. Mhm.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Because at the end of the day, you wanna do as much as you can, as quickly as you can, but also
Yeah.
enjoy the game. Enjoy the game. And if it becomes a chore to do a team event
Hmm.
or to do a public event,
Yeah.
then realistically, it's not the game for you anymore.
Mhm.
Right,
Um,
right.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But no, very interesting. Very interesting. Um,
And the RDD, how did you get your Raider?
Main account, I bought it right away. And on
Mm.
my alt account, I did the public event. And
Okay.
guess what? My alt account has all the parts, and my main account that I got it right away, I'm still missing 3 legendaries. How does that feel?
uh,
Eva, you've talked many times about alt account scoring better. This is fact. This is fact.
100% true.
The
I
other
agree.
the other day there was the radar had fuel boost in the shop for me. I don't know if
yep.
you've been keeping an eye on
Mm.
the shop. It's been dropping a lot of radar parts.
I don't
Yeah,
My
know.
shop hasn't had a single Raider part in it. Not a single one.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah.
must
that's
say,
frustrating.
I have in that right hand section of the game where it says daily deals, right? And you scroll down.
Mhm.
Mm.
I have this big blank area with nothing in it.
Yeah.
So absolutely big blank area with nothing in it. No daily deals, no nothing. Because it doesn't work that way
You've
for
already
me.
bought them all.
No, well, I've already got all the parts. I've already got all the parts, so it's just yeah.
Yeah.
But because
Mm.
I do, it's a ritual. I start the game, I go over to the right hand thing, I scroll down, see what's available, and then
Mhm.
move into the next bit. Yeah.
Just
Mm,
before we move on from the subject of the radar, I noticed in the team event they dropped the radar twice for two team events in a row.
yep.
Mhm.
Mhm.
This team event they actually added scooter, whereas on the preview it didn't have the scooter, so you would have missed out on another track.
Yep.
So kudos to Fingersoft for actually
Mm.
giving us an option and not have to miss out on a track
Mind
for those that
you,
didn't get it.
Right.
if you look at what they've given you, the scooter can only really supplement the
The
last.
wheelie.
Well, no, well, maybe the wheelie,
That,
but definitely the last T4. With the moon, not the
Yeah.
moon, the
Mountain challenge or
the
yeah,
mountain challenge
Yeah.
one. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
it's mountain,
So
Death Mountain.
yeah, I've been using the sports car on that and getting 9K and being really happy with that.
mm,
Ooh.
Yeah. But
that's
yeah.
interesting. What are you using for your team event?
I'm using the CCEV for 1.
Yeah.
Getting high 8s, low 9s. With start boost tires and heavyweight. Yep. And then I'm doing the 2 tracks back to back with the radar. Yep, and I'm getting conservatively 4K for the first one, the wheelie. If I can get 4K on the and I've managed an 8.5K for T3 using the spoiler, afterburner, and coin.
That's the stay on the ground track, isn't it?
Yeah, stay on the ground track.
Yeah.
And then the T4, I'm using sports car that's got mastery on it, and I'm using afterburner, wings, fuel boost, and nitro. So and I've learnt to not hold my finger down on the accelerator pedal.
Oh, good man.
That's what I've been practicing for the last 4 weeks now. Not holding my finger down and actually flying further. So you land on the landing, you get a good run up. You use the nitro, you get a good run up to the fuel. You hit the fuel, you use the nitro straight away, and you land just short of the start-finish line or finish line. Yeah, I've got a 9. I think 9200 is my highest score for that.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'm
and
doing
I've done that
almost the exact same thing, except for the last 2 tracks. Just swap them over. I'm using sports car on 3rd and radar on 2nd.
Later on 2nd. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's super easy. You basically just press the accelerator the whole time.
Yep. With the suspension softened.
No, just everything max on the sports car.
Oh, for T3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's got aerodynamics that holds the car down already. Yeah, very cool. Yep, very cool. Ah, cool. So should we start with the community questions then?
I'm just quickly going to ping Johnny and see what he's up to.
Probably explaining what hill climb racing is to the team or the company. So you got to race here and push these pedals.
Yeah, I was actually playing the game the other night at my girlfriend's place, and her son's girlfriend has walked out and seen me holding the phone and playing the game. She's looked at me. She's like really weirdly looked at me and said, "What are you doing?" And the look was almost like, "Are you watching porn?" type thing. And I'm like, "No, I'm playing." There was this look on my face of, "Oh my god, she's caught me" type thing, playing this game. Because the look on her was, like, "What are you doing?" And you're a grown man, you're playing a child's game. And I'm like, I'm okay with playing a child's game, And then Steph turns around and says, "Yeah, he's got a podcast about it too." And she's like, "What?"
Yeah.
So
we've got a running joke that Johnny has most of his staff has to play the game as part of their employee agreement.
That is true. That is 100% true.
And does he give them incentives if they're doing well? As in doing well in the game. Doing well in the game.
Right. I don't know.
I reckon that'd be a pretty good way to start up a team. All right, everybody, download this game. I'll show you how to do it.
Yeah. Oh, geez. No, all good.
I won't go too much into this part because I think it is one of the questions later, but we did golf. I think we all know. And Johnny, I think we were there with, one of his, the guys that he runs his business with. And we started talking about the game in front of him. And we didn't even get really through the title of the game. And the guy already turned around and didn't want nothing to do with it. Oh, Like we're gonna hear thinking we're gonna ask him to play. We don't even
Mhm.
really get through the intro, and he's already going to get his golf ball. Yeah. I'm like, oh, I guess he's not joining. Yeah.
That's
Well, Johnny said
hilarious.
he runs cups while he's commuting. Like he can
Oh
do it
my
with one
God.
hand without looking at the screen. He has
Oh
those
my
tracks
god.
memorized so much.
Oh my God.
Oh my god.
So he
That
holds
is
the phone down and just does it with one hand.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's dedication
that
for you.
So
that's
he
highest.
drives hill climb while he's driving.
No. Hang on. No. On a commuting means on a bus or a train, I'm assuming.
No, while driving.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Like
He had
you've
a
seen his cups. Like it's millions and millions. Like he's one of the craziest cup players in the
Yes.
world.
Yeah.
he just posted a streak. He had 252,
I
I think
saw
it
that.
was.
I saw that.
Yeah, so
That's
he's
crazy.
a good cup runner.
Wait, what's the streak?
It
Brian?
was 254 or 252.
I'm going to share a little story. Back in 2020, I joined TML fans.
Did you?
Oh.
I did, but
What
under
was
a
your player
different
name?
name. I think it was Wolf or something.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you remember, but we stayed there for 2 weeks. We were at max kilometers per week, and
You,
I think you asked us. There was the 12 of us who joined your team, and you asked us how do we do the how do we get the max kilometers? So I said we play cups day and night.
you
Oh,
So
say
that's
nice.
why
we. Who was the other person?
I don't want to talk about the other person, but um,
Okay.
yeah, it was back in 2020 when I joined TML fans. That's why I remember you and your team.
I remember one of the questions was, are any of the TML fans players still associated with
Yeah.
us? And the answer is yes.
Mm-hmm.
A number of them are
Oh.
still on Canada and Canada
Mm-hmm.
2, which is
Mm-hmm.
Canada Beer Mug and Canada 2 Beer Mugs. And I think there's maybe a total of 8 of us still.
Oh, that's
Wow.
very cool. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Because I'll say this: Canadians, as a general rule, are very much like Australians. We're very patriotic. So we stand next to our flag, and we appreciate it, and we love it. You know what I mean? We're extremely patriotic. So having loyal team members is not a surprise for me as a Canadian / Australian, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think holds true for Australians, but I think probably the one of the more patriotic countries is our neighbor, which is the Americans.
Yeah, possibly.
I think the Americans are one of the most patriotic countries that I'm aware of.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
But-
Like, how often do you see a flag out the front of somebody's house in Australia?
Right, or Canada. Whereas in the States, you see them in every house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
fair
makes
enough.
sense.
So, did we want to start on the community questions then?
I'd love to.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Jackrabbit can go first.
Yeah, why not? Throw her under the bus.
Yep, that's what we do.
Okay, let's go to the questions from the community. This is from Cthulhu. Can someone help me pronounce this because I don't know this word?
It's Cthulhu. That's how you pronounce
No,
it. Cthulhu.
yeah, I can pronounce Cthulhu. I cannot pronounce the question that he posted.
Oh, I thought you meant you wanted help with his name.
No. Okay.
Poutine. It's pronounced poutine, I believe.
Poutine.
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 Poutine. What is it? He's asking if it's poutine or not. What is that? RDD, can you help me? What is
So,
what
yeah.
is that a food?
So you would have heard this. You would have heard this when Goon, Pro J, and Jay were on.
Yes.
It is a dish made of fries with gravy and cheese curds,
Mm-hmm.
and it is a Canadian staple. It is a must-have. But every little place you go to has their own little variant on how they spice their gravy and how they do their fries. So it's not the same at every establishment you go to. So that you have to find your spot, and then you have to be loyal to your spot.
Well, I still haven't found a place in Australia yet, in Melbourne yet, but I am keeping an eye out. I want to try this. I really, really, really want to try it because it's got all of my favorite ingredients.
Sounds delicious. Yeah.
Chips, gravy, cheese.
Yep.
Amazingly, you can make it yourself. You can make it yourself. It's 3 ingredients.
I know, no, but I am a terrible. Unfortunately, I inherited my mum's terrible cookingness. She was extremely plain. She's extremely
There's
plain.
this thing that they call loaded fries. I think you can get them in Red Rooster or something.
Yeah, but loaded fries is not the same. It's not made by someone who's Canadian. And if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it proper, right? None of this half-ass stuff. I
need to come to Australia and open a food truck and sell beaver tails and poutine.
It sounds like you do.
Unfortunately, you might get the wrong type of people coming up to buy the beaver tails.
Everyone loves a good beaver tail.
What is a beaver tail? Oh my god!
Beaver tail
sounds like a waffle ice cream dish.
Well, it's dough, like pancake batter. Think of pancake batter.
Like a cross between pancake batter and pizza dough.
Yeah, and it's drizzled into hot oil, and it's made in the shape of a beaver tail, like a long oval. And then you can drizzle it with all sorts of toppings. So the staple is just cinnamon and sugar. That's your classic beaver tail. But then you can also put, Nutella, or you can put peanut butter, and you can get extravagant with all kinds of like Reese's Pieces cups and maple syrup. You can.
I was about to say that.
Yeah. Well, that sounds a lot like an Italian dish called zeppole.
Yes.
And they're
zeppole. Yeah.
Yep. But they also serve zeppole with anchovies in them. So they'll put an anchovy in the dough and then deep fry it. So you can have it sweet with sugar covered and cinnamon, or you could have it with the anchovy in it. And I must say, I loved them both ways. They were just fantastic. So, yes, please come down. I'll get you the truck. You can park it out front of my house. And I'll supply you power.
That'd be a good spot. That'd be a good spot because it's close to where I work.
Yep. And there's a football field.
Try that.
There's a football field across the road, and they play cricket and football every Saturday and Sunday. So we'll have a roaring trade.
That sounds awesome. That's good sales right there. Good sales.
Sounds like our calling. Food truck in Australia.
So when are you coming?
Surely.
What would you call it?
What would we call it? Oh, poo truck. Yeah, that's a great way to get people to jump on over. Yeah.
Well,
it will
not. Yeah. It won't be called
all in the spelling.
RDiddy's long, hard beaver tails.
I'm near the beach, so we could always do the beach run as well.
Okay, let's go back to Cthulhu's question. He has a second question.
And that's dream. That's DREAM, dream.
Yeah. Oh my God, Eva.
Sorry. You said you needed a hand with this question, so I was giving you a hand with this
First
question.
word that starts with P.
Oh, that one, just that word. Okay, all right.
Just
Well, you
that
can do the rest then. Go ahead. Go for your life.
Okay, his second question is, what's your dream team event look like? I will ask A-Ron first.
Dream team event.
Yeah.
Well, I would love one that didn't have certain vehicles. But I mean, what I do like, I like events that have the kangaroo and wheelie. So I'm really a big fan of wheelies and kangaroo tracks. I'm not a fan, even though we don't have them often, of 5-track events. I do like the 4. Um,
Mhm.
Seems sometimes it's easier for me to get through all 4 of them. That's why I guess I like them better. Usually it's
Mhm.
easy an early exit if it's harder or many of them. But yeah, I really enjoy the wheelie and the kangaroo event.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Johnny, what about you? What's your dream team event?
My dream team event would be 4 time attacks. To me, this game, Hill Climb Racing, it started with vehicles that traveled. They didn't jump, they didn't wheelie, they didn't do all this sort of stuff. It was all about speed and it was about going uphill a lot. That was the game. The game morphed
Yeah.
into all sorts of other crazy stuff. I'm not terrible at doing kangaroo and wheelies. Don't get me wrong. Some
Yeah.
vehicles I totally am terrible at. Like the current one, trying to wheelie the EV is just frustrating. It's a phone breaking event track. But
Don't do it.
doing
Don't do it with the EV. Do it with a different car.
I know I tried it, but the other one, the only other one is the Raiders, the Raider. So, how much have you upgraded your Raider? Is your Raider full tilt? Well,
Level 18 with 4 parts.
yeah. Well, how many of all of the hill climb racing people out there have got a Raider that is even capable of doing a wheelie right now? Maybe 10%.
Eva is one of them.
You know what I mean? So, and
Yeah.
that's the other thing. That's a bone to pick with FS, which is, introducing a new vehicle and then throwing it into a team event that fast. There's only such a marginal percentage of players who actually have a vehicle that is upgraded enough to be a front-running vehicle to attack that track. The other 90% are like, they have anywhere from 3/4 of the way to virtually nothing, and they're struggling, and they get irritated.
I'd even say that there are people that don't have it at all.
Or don't have it at all.
Definitely.
And if they don't have it at all, they can't do all 4 tracks because there's only 3 other cars.
And they get frustrated
on this
and
one,
they quit.
couldn't last time.
Yeah. So
Mm.
that's a very, very, very interesting predicament to be that soon into. And like a couple have said here, that 800 points in the public event is a huge slog.
Yeah.
And to miss out by to not get it, and then go into a team event where it's needed twice, and you have no other option but having the vehicle to actually do all 4 tracks. It's a bit of a kick in the teeth.
Yep. And I love the time attacks, and I love the newly delivered mastery options. But here's another thing. I have 2 accounts. One that I started 2.5 years ago, and of course my main is one that has came out since the game.
Yep.
My main has 200 and something million dollars of coins.
Yep.
So as fast as I can mastery something, dropping $1 million is a no-brainer. But my alt, which is already over 12,000 GP, I have virtually no money.
Yep.
So, and then with the addition of 2 vehicles, plus trying to do, continue to open more masteries, I can't create enough money to be able to pay for all of that without actually having to spend real dollars to FS. And I believe that that is part of their thinking, which is how to generate more money.
Well, it's either spending real dollars or it's spending, 8 hours a day grinding to get, or spending 8 hours a day grinding. And, I get paid way too much to do what I do Monday to Friday to spend 8 hours of my day grinding.
I'm with you.
So,
I'm an owner of a company, so I can't.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. No. So like I've said in the past, I play the game for enjoyment. It's my break away from stuff. So the word grind to me, when someone says, "Oh, I'm grinding for 4 hours," grinding something for 4 hours is not fun. Right? That's not my idea of fun. I want to play the game and enjoy the game, not grind the game.
Yeah, that's right. And also to even cheat it, to do the best that you can, like the fastest you can. As an example, to do wheelie in I Hate Water forever with your chopper and your tractor. It's It's boring.
Yeah. It's boring. See, for mastery, my personal mastery journey has been to play cups non-stop with that vehicle.
Same here. Same here.
And it's not as fast, but there's more reward. And I've been lowering my PBs on some of these cups. But like I just see it as I don't get as much mastery XP, but I'm building scrap for the scrapper and skill and some skill, because as the vehicle changes, as you increase the mastery levels, the vehicle gets better and then you go faster. So I'd want to learn how to play with the new mastery, not just have mastery.
Yeah, I think that's the way it should be done.
Yep.
In my opinion, because it's called mastery. You're supposed to be able to master it.
Yep. Yep.
Here's something that Aaron and I were talking about the other day. There are players who have been playing this game since it came out. We have hundreds of millions of dollars of coins.
Yep.
What can you do with your hundreds of millions of dollars of coins? Nothing. Nothing.
You can't even buy the new vehicles anymore.
You can't do anything. No. You can't do anything. Well, I mean, yeah, you can amp up the vehicle itself, like the vehicle parts, instantly. Any vehicle they put out, you can go boom, max, done. But you can't do anything with parts. Nothing. You can't do anything with mastery. You can't do anything in any other section of this game with dollars. Dollars are useless.
Yep. Coins.
Why doesn't FS make those who are committed to the game, who have earned all of this money, be able to do something with the money?
Yep.
You know why? Because it doesn't make them any money. Doesn't make them any money.
Yep. Yeah. I hear you.
Aaron?
I hear you.
Aaron? Yeah.
Yeah. No,
we have all this money and you can't do anything with it.
And all they have been doing over the last couple of years has been introducing new currencies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, they had coins and gems. See, the other thing for me is, as a long-time player, I've already done my mastery on certain vehicles. We were playing daily cups and playing with daily cups and going the daily races and stuff like that. You'd use every vehicle over a month, and you'd really get to know that vehicle doing that daily cup for that day. Maybe with a couple of parts, maybe it was Kanga or whatever. But by doing all that grind already, I've missed out on earning all the other currencies in the background while I was doing the rest of my journey. You know what I mean? So as someone who's playing the game for a long time, and now all of a sudden I've got to get some, canyon tokens to be able to go to the next track or whatever, or get XP for this or something else. I look at it and I go, well, if I started a new account right now, not only would I be building XP for a car and grinding for coins and getting tokens and doing everything else all at the same time as just playing the game. So I've lost that aspect of the game by being a long-term player.
Correct.
Does that make sense? Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah,
And I mean, don't get
It
me wrong.
does.
Yeah.
If you look at the numbers are staggering. There was someone produced a sheet. I don't know how many goes, an Excel spreadsheet. I don't know how many years ago, with all the cars in it and what you had to do to upgrade and all that stuff and whatever. And the numbers on that sheet were staggering. There was millions and millions of coins. Like, oh, I don't even want to know how many coins I've spent across the game,
Oh,
in the game,
yeah.
to get my
Yeah.
account to where it is. But in saying that,
Yeah.
by doing all of that journey, I've missed out on all the other coins. It's like when they introduced gems to HCR1. All of a sudden, I had millions of coins from all the time that I'd played, but I had no gems. But I'd been earning coins and everything else as I've been building my garage. There should have been some sort of, hey, as an old, long-standing player, we've introduced this new currency, and as you've done 4 million gems or 4 million kilometers already, here's a token gift of, 1,000, whatever.
Right.
Not just,
Or
by
why
the way,
can't
you've got to go.
why can't I turn my 200+ million coins into something that opens an adventure track or or buys parts instantaneously rather than having to rely on scrap?
Or even better. So then they're not losing money on stuff. Why can't coins buy us things like skins? Skins that are, realistically nothing to do with the game other than just completing the game.
It's cosmetic. Yeah.
It's cosmetic. It's
Well, they do sell that for money, though. That's the thing. I
yeah, they
agree with
do.
everything you guys are saying. They should probably at least let us use coins for scrap and special tickets, because I thought about this today. There is nowhere where you can really purchase that with real money, and it doesn't take away from their pocket.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, you could buy just because you're just going to go again in the team event.
Yep.
Or yeah, you're right. We have a lot of money. They should have transferred something to us.
I've got a different take on this. And if you recall, when the introduction, there was an update a very long time ago. I don't know when it was exactly, when they introduced the adventure stars.
Yes.
So you had all of these records, your personal records that on all the various tracks, and they meant nothing because you had to redo them.
Yep.
To get the stars, to get your chests.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there was a huge uproar at the time.
Yep.
But guess what? Nobody talks about it now.
No.
So, and I think it was Nate Pig that was on on the most recent episode that said, we're just complaining about it now because it's the most recent thing to complain about. But once masteries are over, there's going to be something else that you're going to be complaining about, right?
Yeah.
So my take on this new thing is on this, and I've listened to. I said earlier that I've sped listened to all the episodes very very recently. Nobody has touched on this topic that I'm about to say.
Okay.
This game, this two-dimensional game, is a physics-based game. Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But tell me how a mastered racing truck has such aerodynamical capabilities that it flies through the air and can spin like it has air control. Are we losing touch on the basis of what this game was actually based on? Every
Hmm.
vehicle, I don't think, and I'm just honing in on racing trucks specifically, I don't think a 14-ton semi should flip in the air better than a motocross bike. Like that just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay,
I don't
Ryan.
think, yeah, I I don't think
Well,
monowheel should have core balance increased, or you should have.
a roll
I don't
cage.
think it's a roll cage. The idea
Yeah.
of the monowheel is it's fragile. It's not supposed to be sturdy, right?
Yep.
Right.
I just think I don't know the masteries thing. Has it changed the game? Immensely,
Yes.
immensely. Vehicles are
Oh.
vastly different. Vehicles are vastly different than how you've learned to operate them in the past. But I think this is just a push in a really weird direction that is taking away from the fundamentals of the game, which is a physics-based game. That's my
Yep.
view.
Yep. Look,
It
I've
is,
always
and
thought.
the other. Sorry, I was just going to say, and the other thing too is, with all of the people who have joined this game much later than when it came out, who are working their way through building their garage, building the garage power, mastery is killing them. They can't put money into parts because $1 million per mastery succession is killing them. It's killing my alt. My alt is over
Yep.
12,000, and I have no money. And yet,
Yep.
my main is 12. Is approaching 13,000 GP, and I have 212 million coins that I can't
Yep.
spend on anything.
Yep.
What a
Yep.
vast difference, right? My alt is 12,000 GP, but I have no money.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, I must say, with my alt account, I've always only ever upgraded the alt account when it was needed. So I don't have a cash problem on the alt account because I've basically been, well, I don't need to upgrade that. I'll just keep the cash, keep the cash, keep the cash. And then when I do need to upgrade something, I've already got both the cash and the
But how many years old is your alt account?
my alt account started, I think, 21. Yeah, I reckon it started just after we started the podcast, so it's 2.5 years old. It's
But
sitting
it grew really fast.
It grew very fast because what I did was I went, okay, I'm going into the next team event. What vehicle do I need? Yep, that's it. Okay, what parts do I need on that vehicle? And then I upgraded just the vehicle and the parts that I needed for that team event. I didn't go out and just upgrade stuff for upgrading sake. It wasn't
I
to
did the same.
build.
I did the same thing as
Yep.
you,
Yep.
but and I think my alt was either March of 22 or March of 21. I can't remember which year. I can't
Yep.
remember if I'm 3.5 or 2.5 years old, but I am over 12,000 GP. But I do have no money, and I was only upgrading parts for team events. But as soon as
Yep.
Mastery came out, everybody went full tilt with the Masteries, and I've dropped 12, like well over $12 million in upgrading my alt vehicles to get the Masteries, and now I have
Yep.
no money. I'm at $1 million right now.
Yep. Yep.
And
Yep.
I have
That's all
masteries that
more
are
than my
open,
alt.
waiting to spend the $1 million, but I can't. I don't want to buy it because I don't know what's coming next in team event. And team event's more important than upgrading your mastery.
Yeah. For sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
crazy.
And I can only imagine what we certainly rely on new people joining the game, whether they're kids or whether they're young adults or even middle-aged adults who join the game and are now presented with not only having to open and upgrade vehicles, they also have to do masteries. There's no way these people can do what we did.
Yeah. I must say, I wouldn't want to start a new alt account now.
No, no chance. No chance.
But in fairness, somebody that is joining the game now won't know what it was like before, so they just see it at face value, and just this is what I have to do, right?
Yep.
It's a
What if they
it's a
talk to
completely
someone,
different
though?
mindset.
Granted, but
Yeah,
just
it is.
think about how long it's going to take them to get to where we are today in the time that we got to where we are today.
Yep.
Yeah,
No, I know, but
it's
he's
fair.
saying if they don't know, then it doesn't. You have nothing to compare to. But I agree with you, Johnny, that it's a matter of minutes, hours, maybe a week before they find out what they are capable of, and it will bug them for sure.
Yeah. I agree. Like
I would be totally dejected. No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was saying when I started my alt, I think GP was only about 10 grand, 10,000 total, or 9. No, it was 8,894 or something. It was just under 9 grand, and my plan was to keep it. I always said back then I only needed about 7,000 GP to make it competitive. So my plan was to keep the GP as low as possible, and just be competitive in teams.
Yeah. Because that's more fun
7,000
too. Like
now?
you have a low GP.
You're weak.
Yeah. 7,000 now isn't anything, you know. I mean,
No.
my current GP now is where is it? 13,6. So 13,136.
That's big.
From 13,232. So I'm getting there.
That's all.
Yep.
Well,
no, that's my main.
This
my alt's about 11.5.
This has been a very good question from Cthulhu, because look at the conversation it sparked.
And that note, we've got no time for anybody else's question. Thank you very much, everybody.
Next question.
Next question. All right. Pete, do you want to go next?
Hang on. I haven't asked Diddy about his dream team event.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I've been waiting patiently.
Let's carry on.
Thank you for waiting. Okay.
I am an absolute. I hate anything with a wheelie, with cans, with multi-jump, with targets. I hate them all. I absolutely hate them all.
So you don't like the game at all?
Yeah, no, I like team attack. But I really like multi-jump on the moon map. I like those ones differently than just the regular ones. So I would have one of those tracks. I would have a track. If you remember, I've been waiting to bring this up. Do you remember? Now you're gonna have to think back. There was one public event where you had to stop at the gas station and refuel.
Yes,
I remember that.
Before you carried on.
Hated that.
I loved that. I loved it.
I like that.
I didn't like it either.
I didn't understand it at the start.
I loved it.
It was cheesy.
You had to, depending on how long you stopped, you could, if you stopped too long, you got too much fuel, and then you took too long to finish the map. Anyway, I would want to see one of those come back. I thought that was a really, really different event, as opposed to this cricket bullshit that we see.
Yeah.
Oh my god! How many times have we batted the ball? How many times have we batted that ball this year? That's just crazy.
Yeah,
true.
Is it 5 times, 6 times? Has that public event not been out about 6 times this year?
Well, at least they reskin the bat.
Oh, yeah.
At the moment, it's a candy cane.
Yeah, that doesn't make it any better. I know. I was just trying to make people feel better about it, but it is. It's a very average public event.
It's got nothing to do with hill climb or racing.
Yeah.
Then I would like to see.
Doesn't matter if you have a candy cane or a club. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's terrible.
Then I would like to see a 2K map. You know how we do the fuel cans where you have multiple fuel cans and you just race. But I would like to see that uphill.
Oh,
like an uphill 2K uphill map with fuel cans. We've
That'd be a
never
great
done that
idea.
before. I think
Yeah,
that would
Uphill
be
speed run.
fantastic.
Mm.
An uphill
We've-
speed run.
We've done that before, but without the fuel cans.
Yeah,
Yep.
we
Yeah.
have.
There was a
But do it
couple
with
of
a
those.
fuel
Standard
can.
2-kilometer track.
Yep.
Especially now
That's
with
what I
some
would
of the
like to
mastered vehicles.
Yeah, that would be a very cool track with some of the mastered vehicles and nitro. Although, especially if you've got the fuels and nitro, because the standard tracks without fuel were a little bit on the hard side. You had to really time it and get everything right.
What
get
vehicle would you put with it, Eddie?
Racing truck.
I would like to see Chopper landing boost with the
Oh God.
with nitro and fuel and then magnet. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Chef's
Yeah, that'd be a
kiss.
good one too. But racing truck would be good too.
Yep.
I would have picked racing truck.
Because it flies in the air with no physics for sure. Isaac Newton,
It does. It's got wings.
It
It's got
has
little
a
cardboard
spoiler
wings that fold
and a
down.
wing.
Thank you, JR. Thank you, JR, for remembering me on that last question.
Oh no, I've upset him now. I'm in trouble. That was just the first question. My God.
I know. Jeez.
So this
All
is going
right.
to be a 5-hour recording.
What have I
I'm just
done?
kidding.
What have I done?
Question from OF Chris. How important is the HCR2 community? And we'll start with JonyDive.
How important is the HCR2 which?
Community.
Oh, the community is huge. And I believe it's very important to the game. And I think that, teams like yours, like Team Canada, like some of the other ones out there that are, let's call them the top 15 or 20 teams that have multiple teams under their umbrella and probably have servers that have, hundreds, if not thousands of people on them. Very important.
Yep.
It's not so much about the 50 people that are playing on a team to play to do the best that they can, but it's about the fact that you have thousands of people on a server who are communicating with each other, and it's the majority of the communication is about the game itself. Of course, we have other channels too for fun stuff and personal and things non-related to the game, but it creates such a community for all sorts of people, and you don't just have to have them countrywide, meaning if you're Team Canada, you don't just have Canadians on your server. You have people from all over the world, so you get to learn things about other people and the countries that they live in, not just about the game.
Yeah. And do you remember way back before auto matchmaking in CC Division, there was a server that you would try and match each other. You'd try and make a team against a certain team, or you would try and snipe other teams.
Or avoid being sniped. Johnny, you remember you and I used to watch the scoreboards?
Yeah.
We used to watch the scoreboards and watch when other teams used to jump in their score or in their their total, and then we would try to, okay, we're going to delay this amount of time. Johnny spent a lot of time making sure that we avoided being matched with the top teams.
Yep.
Exactly. Yep. And you don't get that anymore. That's a part of the community they've lost.
Yeah, that was called team tracking.
Yeah.
So we knew where everybody was, where they were coming out of their match, where they were more than likely going to be going back in. You're right. Well, man, that was so long ago that we did that.
And you forgot about it, didn't you?
I did. And I also remember that if you guys remember Jordan, who was the leader of Gears Gone Wild, who magically disappeared one day. We created the Fair Matching Organization server where we were trying to get all these top teams just to say, we got to take this team tracking shit out of everybody's entourage, and let's do the random thing, which is if we all just hit the match button at the same time, you never know who you're going to get. It doesn't really matter. It's fair. And everybody agreed. Yep. And for a while it was working, and then people tried to defeat it, and then eventually it crumbled. And thankfully, matchmaking for CC came out after, as basic as it still is, which is just a bone of contention for a lot of teams. I can't believe that Fingersoft, the best that they could come up with was matching teams based on one loss, because it's so easy for any team to play that system.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and no offense, but the Arabs are the most notorious for doing it. How can you be 5-9 and finish in the top 20 with a record of 5-9? And yet we could be another team. Sorry, not we. Yes, it has happened to us. But you could be 9-5, the opposite of that, and finish 51st.
Yep.
That just doesn't make sense. And yet, people who are, teams who are gaming the system, FS has got to be able to see it and say, hey, we need to adapt. We need to modify this system such that that can happen. But they don't, because they don't care, because it has nothing to do with making money.
Yeah.
Yep. Shameful.
Yeah.
Such a happy answer.
Yeah.
So, RDiddy, how about you? How important is the HCR2 community?
Yeah, incredibly important. I mean, like Johnny said, it's not just the 50 players on your screen. I remember back in the Chaos days, we would voice chat and video chat like almost every single night, kind of like the Empire server does now as well. But on the Empire side, they do it to run tickets. On when we were doing it on the Chaos side, it was just to hang out, and at that point you really get to know your teammates and what they're going through in their personal life, how many siblings they have and where they are and what they're doing, and it's a very different bond as opposed to like in-game chat, morning team. So I think it's incredibly important. Community is very important.
And A-A-Ron?
Yeah, I agree with everything both of the guys said earlier. For me, and but for me, like my experience, I had two accounts for quite some time, like I said earlier, and one of the accounts is usually on a Greek team. And without the community, I would have not been able to learn so much that I've learned about Greece and like the culture. Like it's absolutely crazy. Like they sometimes kind of refer to me as like the Greek Canadian on the team. So like the community there was really big. Like that was really big, and I'm glad I got to experience that. But also like kind of like from a gaming perspective, Fingersoft has kind of dropped the ball on the communication. So community and communication kind of share that same prefix, like come together. So like I feel like the community's kind of stepped up there and makes the communication about the game, because like without them, that would be a very hard game to traverse. So the communities really help people play the game. So for me, it's been a really positive experience, right?
Well, I just think that the community, how they create competitions within the game, like the daily server, the ICC, the Tractor Wars, Mono Wars, all these sort of things, they came from the community that Fingersoft have recognised. I think it's really great.
Yeah.
And even a podcast, that wouldn't have happened without the community.
Yep.
Yes.
I was just about to say that.
True.
We're doing it right now.
Exactly.
Well, and then the other facet of that is the friendships that have been made across, not just teammates, but opposition teams and all that sort of stuff. I used to play on a team called Team Cat with Tessa. One of our best ever matches was up against a Brazilian team, and at the end of the match, it was tooth and nail the entire 48 hours of playing this match. The score switched, virtually every 15 minutes. You'd open the game up, you'd look, and you're like, oh my god, we're losing. Oh my god, we're winning. Oh my god, we're losing. Oh my god, we're winning. And it came down to the last 15 minutes, and everybody played every ticket And
Mhm.
you know, the leaders of both teams caught up with each other on. I caught up with a few on Facebook. I caught up. Tessa caught up with a few on Discord, and we all congratulated each other. There was this huge camaraderie, and that to me was what made the game really cool. Because
Mm-hmm.
we're
Yeah.
playing against people that are faceless and everything else, but deep down we're still just really cool people.
Yep.
Yep.
100%.
100%.
He's got a couple of other questions. We've already touched on one of them, which is opinion on new mastery and impact on the game. But I would like to know.
We haven't touched on that all that much, have
We
we?
have a little bit. We have us. I'm trying to move along, Eva. Favorite vehicle and parts. Favorite vehicle and parts. A-A-Ron, go.
Favorite vehicle and parts. Well, I mean, if you asked me this question like a year ago, it would have been the rally car. I pretty much used it all the time. I actually thought it was really, really good, especially in cups. It was safe. You didn't die relatively quick. But like since the introduction of the muscle car, I pretty much use that almost every single place I can. Um, I love going to the parts. It for me at least, it's really easy to wheelie because the car can be almost pretty well horizontal to the ground. And as long as you're slightly moving forward, you can get that thing really going.
Yep.
And if it's anything, coming up in the future of that position, like a jump, you're definitely going to fly one of the farthest you ever can. Like that vehicle really is really good if it doesn't require like a lot of mobility or, fast moving. So I really like it for sure. So probably wheelie, wings, nitro, and like afterburner would be the parts that I would typically have on that.
Really? That's interesting. I would have gone fuel boost personally, but wheelie boost is just as good.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. I'm kind of addicted to doing long wheelies now.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Diddy, how about you? Favorite vehicle and part?
It was the rally car, obviously. I mean, it's everyone's favorite car, or was. And then it used to be the muscle car, just like Aaron. But I am really, really into the Raider now. The Raider to me is like a mix between a rally car and the Rock Bouncer, but without the flat tires. So you have the triple stage roof that breaks off. So it takes some damage. You get the suspension like the Rock Bouncer and coin boost, nitro, and wings, and that thing is amazing. It's my daily driver now. It's my cup driver. It's my blue chest adventure vehicle. I'm really liking that one.
Nice.
I must admit, I've been using it for cups this season too, trying to get more parts, and I've been really enjoying it. It's just a nice vehicle to drive. How about you, JonyDive?
Well, I was a rally car user as well until the muscle car came out. And for cup racing, I am still on the muscle car until my Raider is more upgraded. I just posted on our own server that I crapped out on a streak at, I think it was 230 something or 240 something. I can't remember. I had one
That's crazy
60 gem buy-in when I still caught one of those goofy hack bosses, and I was so sour. And he was driving a rotator, and I can't remember the cup, but he blew me away like half the time that I was doing the same track with a muscle car with the appropriate vehicle.
Yep.
Right.
So I spent the 60 gems. I'll tell you in a second, actually, if I look just to see. I didn't want to spend any. I just wanted to see how far I could get. And I was actually surprised. 252 is
That's
what my
crazy.
streak was. That was with 160 gem buy-in when I got hacked.
I wonder if another update a little bit later on in the future, they'll increase that red chest from 3 to something
5.
else, 20 or 30 to It's same thing with the introduction of the after the road to legendary or whatever it's called after the month, where they introduce that chest at the end as an incentive to keep driving. I wonder if this is like the first little test the waters, and then later on, because what's the incentive to keep getting a streak other than to say I did 200 and whatever?
There's none. Once you're past 30, there is none.
I'm hoping that red chest will keep going, because that's what us longtime players need is the scrap and the parts. You know.
Yep.
My typical setup on the muscle car for speed is fuel boost, coin boost, and afterburner. And on certain cups, I change the fuel boost to wing.
Yep.
And there are two other notable cups where I use a completely different vehicle. On Glacier, I still use the Super Diesel. And because of doing it so many times, it just becomes second nature, and it flies well in the wind. And on the delightful diversions or something, I'm actually using the 4-part racing truck.
Okay.
Otherwise, I don't switch from using the muscle car. I have not started using the Raider to do anything yet because I'm not upgraded enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I managed to do a 10K in adventure on my alt with the Raider in forest. No, in the swamp. In the swamp.
Oh,
right.
Nice one.
First 10K in swamp on the Raider on my alt, and I've not been able to duplicate it. I have not been able to duplicate it with Raider on my main.
Eva, you should ask Flip if he's done a 10K in adventure any map with the Raider.
Well,
next time we see him, we'll ask him.
I might ask Flip. Hey, Flip, have you done any 10Ks in adventure at all? Oh, look at that! Look at that! He's not answering.
That. He's a 500 and done. I thought I'd try.
No, that's all right.
He's too smart.
It doesn't hurt to keep asking, though. Doesn't hurt to keep asking.
You're up, Eva.
Okay, my question.
Your turn for a question. Yeah.
My turn for a question.
First question for the whole episode.
First question for the whole episode, and we are an hour and 3/4 in. Yeah. Wow. Okay. This is from JJHCR. Hey, RDiddy, how much snow are you dealing with where you live in Canada?
I am about an hour north of Toronto, so I'm in Ontario, and we have about a foot of snow right now.
That's 12 inches.
However, 12 inches. About 20 minutes north of me has about 4 feet of snow.
Okay, that's about 120 inches. So, just in English, that is 30 centimeters or 120 centimeters.
See,
just so you guys all know,
weird...
it's Americans who can't do metric, whereas Canadians.
No, I know.
Right. Because we live beside the Americans, we have to not only know imperial, but we also know metric.
Yeah, you got to do both.
Yeah, the company I work for is American owned. Yeah, the company I work for was American owned. We're now Japanese owned, but that's another story.
They tried metric for 2 months and gave up.
Yeah, I remember they translated some documentation for us from English, from American into Australian, and did all these conversions from inches into centimeters or millimeters, and then pounds into kilograms. And we just said to them from there on, just stop, don't do it. Just send us the PDFs. We'll do it ourselves because we had to fix it anyway. Yeah, we had to fix it. We had to fix it once we got it anyway. So, but I'm still very I can converse in both feet and pounds and kilos and millimeters. And then the other half is I also did CrossFit for about 5 years, so I know the weights in kilos and pounds as well. So that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Alrighty, so we've answered that question. You're up, JR. Now remember, we have a lot of questions to get through, so make sure you keep on topic.
I will try. We will try. Okay, the question is from DB Cooper. Shout out to him. This is for JonyDive. How much driving in a day it took you to achieve 1 million cup points?
Oh, I did that once, and I did it just to see if I could do it. And I think, and nobody needs to know this, not only was I doing it while I was seated in a chair, I was doing it while I was driving, but not while I was in motion. I was doing it when I was in traffic and you had stoplights. Every time I came to a stoplight, I would
Oh my
I would pull up my
god.
phone and do even one track in a cup, and then you move 100 meters, another stoplight, do the second track,
Oh
and
my
if you
god.
were if you were 6 points and it was a guaranteed win, flip your car, done.
So you
So,
Johnny, which car are you
wait.
which car are you talking about?
I was doing rally car back
Not
then.
the one he's driving.
Not the one he's driving.
No, that
Not the one he's
yeah, that's what I
driving.
meant.
No. Do you know how hard it is to
Oh.
flip
Okay.
the muscle car? You cannot flip the muscle car at the beginning of a race.
Yeah.
No.
Because of the grip.
Yeah, but you can flip the
You need
rally
winter
car
tires.
easy. So if you were 6'3", blah blah blah, whatever, you other people, you could just flip the rally car, and it was a guaranteed win. Done. Move on to the next cup, and you get the cup points.
Yeah.
I can relate to you because I also have 1 million cup points, and it takes dedication. It took me I have to do like 4 legend levels in a day to
Yes.
achieve 1 million.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, so a question for all.
3 point something a day, like 30,000+ per day in cup points.
Yes.
So while
that
I
is
was
correct.
driving in stop and go traffic, I was adding on to playing it in the morning before I went to work, and the occasional cup while seated at a desk. But certainly I was doing it while I was driving, and then of course playing it at night too. And even my wife said, "Hey, you're getting out of hand," because I'd be going at it, sit down at 9 o'clock at night, and I'd be still going at 1 o'clock in the morning. Go, okay, I'm tired. I got to go to bed.
That is some top level dedication.
Honestly, God, I don't know how
and
these people do
addiction.
2 million. How do you do 2 million? I could barely do 1 million, and I just wanted to do it once. And they do it 2 million every month.
Yes.
Auto clickers.
Month after month. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is.
It has to be auto clickers.
Okay, a question for all. Who is the driver from your team or alt account team who you would like to meet in real life and why? RDiddy, please go first.
I would like to meet Flip actually in person. I came really close. He's like the Pokeroo. He's always around, but every time you're close, he vanishes. So actually, a couple of years ago, I had a business trip in Vancouver, and he lives out that way. And our schedule, we weren't able to line up, but he did give me a line on the best chicken chow mein I've ever had, and it was in a casino where I was near, and it was phenomenal. So Flip, shout out, it'd be you, buddy.
Flip, if you're listening, make it happen, Flip, okay? So A-A-Ron, what about you? Who would you like to meet in real life?
Yeah, that's a good question. I will like we mentioned kind of earlier, we did meet up for a golf trip, so that was kind of cool, and we met most of the guys on this call except for Flip. I would also like to meet Flip. But like kind of interestingly enough too, like I said, I play on a Greece team, and I feel like there's a part of me that really kind of wants to meet, one or maybe all of them on that team. I'm really interested in the culture. I don't think there would be another way that I might have the opportunity to do so, but I would really be interested in doing something like that. But yeah, no, I'm very happy with the guys that I met last month when we got together.
That would be cool,
Can I just
right?
butt in here for a sec?
Yeah.
You've mentioned a couple times now that you've played golf together. Who was the best golf player?
Oh, Aaron,
Who won
by
on
far.
the day?
Aaron.
No.
Yeah.
Aaron.
Are you kidding? You had
What was your
84.
score?
You had
84 on 18
84 at Royal Ashburn. You crushed us.
Lucky day, lucky day. Well, let's be fair.
Was
Let's
that
be fair
with
here.
a handicap?
With yes, no, that was straight up. But we'll be honest.
Nice.
Johnny was driving while he was playing golf, so he didn't even give us any competition. Like other,
He was doing
like
cups
driving
as
on
well in the golf cart.
right.
Not that day. I was doing cups of beer. That was about it.
Oh gosh. Yeah, that's funny.
Okay,
See,
what about
It's a
you?
great time at it.
Yeah, Eva?
Oh, my handicap on the golf course is I'm not drunk.
Mm.
Because the more I drink, the better I play.
I'm with you.
Well,
Right.
the more I drink, the sillier I get. I once teed off. No, I wasn't tee off. It was a chip onto the green, and I decided it'd be a good idea to try and hit the guy who was trying to putt. And I actually did hit him. Whoops.
That's funny.
A shot all day.
Yeah.
Johnny, what about you? Who would you like to meet in real life?
I would like to meet Kid Dynamo on our team, which is known as Cool Dude. I would like to be standing over his shoulder and watch him play this game because he is unbelievable.
Is he short?
I have no idea. I just know he's 18 or 19 years old. He is arguably the best player on Team Canada. And I would just love to see him actually operating while watching rather than, trying to catch a video every now and then when he thinks of doing a recording.
Yeah.
Cool. So your question now, Pete.
Excellent. This question is from Buzzed, and he has said, do you guys do much skiing or fishing over there, and whereabouts do you stay? We'll start with A-A-Ron.
Wow, this will be like a blank answer for me. I don't do much of either. I did a long time ago. I'm like so fishing for sure. I used to have friends from Quebec that were big time into fishing, and they had a boat, and we used to go out on Lake Ontario quite often, or up at the cottage. That was quite some time ago. And then I skied for like a year, but I was really into snowboarding, and where we would go would be because we have a local hill in Hamilton, because I live near in the Niagara region. We have a hill. I won't even call it a mountain. It's a joke, but it's where you ski if you're in the area. It's called Shadow. It's no longer a ski place anymore, just because of the lack of snow, and it's hard to maintain. So we would drive up somewhere very popular in Ontario, area Blue Mountain, and we would go there all the time. And like hill climb racing, we would do really crazy things where we would drive up at like 2 a.m. just to sleep in my car so that we would be the first ones on in the hill in the morning. But yeah, so that's what we would do. That's about 2-hour drives. Yeah, but I don't do much of it anymore. Blue Mountain, I think it's kind of up near where Ryan lived. It's very popular for skiing in this area, or Quebec.
Cool.
Yeah.
Diddy, how about you?
Yeah, like Aaron said, Blue Mountain is probably 30 minutes from where I live. Very, very, very popular in the wintertime. And they got a little village with all sorts of shops, and you can stay there or rent a cabin, or you can rent a hotel room, and very, very popular. My kids are starting to get into the skiing as well, so we're looking to spend some more time on the ski hill. I used to ski, stopped for many years. Don't do much fishing. I don't own a boat. It's very expensive to own a boat here. I don't know what it's like in other areas, but boat acronym stands for Bring On Another 1,000, right? So it's very expensive to own one of these things. I don't do much of it, but
there's two really good days of having a boat. It's when you buy it and when you
and
sell
when you
it.
sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've never owned a party boat.
Not much of it.
No, I haven't. I've been on one, but I've never.
There's a few good days in between there, let me tell you.
That's hilarious.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
Sorry, I ruined your train of thought.
Go on. Go back.
Sorry about that.
All good. No, all
good.
All good.
Okay. RDiddy?
No, it was John next.
Oh, sorry, Johnny. My bad.
Oh, I don't fish very much. Once in a while, I do have, tackle and a rod, but I just don't do it as a habit. I've skied since I was 2 years old. I've skied all across Canada, all through the US. I love skiing. I can pretty much, as my sister said, ski the phone book, although I don't understand quite what that means, but I think she means I can ski any territory.
Cool.
Or it means that you can ski with anything you want, as in you don't need skis, you don't need anything else. You just ski.
I ski. I can ski any territory.
Yeah.
I've done.
Do you do water skiing or do you snow skiing?
I water ski, but mostly since 2 I was a snow skier. So, and I'm in my 50s now, so skiing is second nature. And Jackson,
you've almost
AKA,
been doing it for 50 years.
Sorry?
You've almost been skiing for 50 years.
I have skied since I was 2.
Yeah, so almost 50 years of skiing.
Yeah, over 50 years. When I was 2 years old, I was between my dad's legs.
Wow.
And he had taken a little toboggan, and I don't know how he did this. This is way back, of course. He took one of those little toboggans, a single-seater toboggan, and he cut it in half, and he created skis for me, which he somehow strapped to my boots. And the following year, they actually gave me real skis and ski boots. And when I was 8 years old, I was skiing at Tremblant, going down expert runs. Mont Tremblant is in Quebec.
No.
Wow.
You'll have to show us some pictures if you have any.
I can probably share a picture. The last one that I took, where I was standing near the top of Blackcomb, which is part of like Whistler Blackcomb. Which is just it's, for somebody who goes to see Niagara Falls and goes, wow, I'm seeing one of the 7 wonders of the world. Nah, I think Whistler Blackcomb is one of the 7 wonders of the world because I'm a skier.
Yep.
It's the highest vertical in Canada for skiing. It's over 5,000 feet of vertical skiing.
5,000 feet.
5,000 feet of vertical skiing. My my brother-in-law, married to my sister, because I also have brother-in-laws on my wife's side, but we were standing at the top of Blackcomb, which is the sister mountain to Whistler, near the end of the day, and we somehow challenged each other to ski from top to bottom without stopping to see if we could do it. And this was near the end of March, and the bottom third of the mountain by that point in time was warm. So we headed off, and the first 2/3, not so bad. Thighs are starting to burn a bit. And in the bottom third, which is like mashed potatoes, it is just the sloppiest, shittiest snow you could ever imagine. Your legs are done. You can no longer control your legs or your skis, and you're just praying I don't wipe out. And somehow, some way, neither one of us wiped out. We pulled up into the Longhorn, clicked the skis off, and immediately ordered a beer and said, holy crap, we made it.
I'm surprised you guys didn't fall over as soon as you took your skis off.
Oh my God! It was all you could do to you use your poles now to click out, right? But back in the day when you didn't have when you didn't have that, you're right. You had to reach down to click out of your bindings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow.
But yeah, crazy. Those were the days. I don't know if I could do that now.
Yeah, have another race. Why not?
Why not? It wasn't even a race. It was just to see if he could do it. It wasn't like who got there first. It was, can we even do it without stopping? But when we got to the bottom, we both said the same thing. Holy cow, that last third of the mountain was just unbelievable. You couldn't control your legs or your skis. They were just going wherever the tracks took you. And they could have like easily taken your legs completely into the splits and
Different
wiped
directions.
out. And oh yeah, and that would have hurt.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Like
you guys must
downhill
have
do you
some.
want to do your follow-up question?
I was going to say, you guys must have some skiing territory in Australia and New Zealand, yeah?
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah, Victoria.
We got Mount Buller.
Yep, and New South Wales as well. So Victoria and New South Wales both have some ski resorts, but they're all very, very, very short seasons. They're talking probably, 2 months worth of seasons if you're lucky.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
I think Whistler Blackcomb in British Columbia, which is the West Coast, opens in November and goes through to June.
Yep.
Nice.
Wow.
That's
yes.
our summer.
I have a follow-up question on the topic of fishing. Have you gone ice fishing? Has anyone here? Any of you
I have
gone
once.
ice fishing?
Once. Boring.
Boring? Why? You didn't get any?
No, I did, but it's boring. You're just sitting in a hut.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sitting in a hut.
It's not sport. It's literally just to get food.
Yeah. Boring.
And
I'd rather be
RDiddy, have
snowmobiling
you?
or skiing.
Mm-hmm. RDiddy, have you gone ice fishing?
I have never gone ice fishing. However, I don't know if anybody knows what ice fishing is, or maybe that's listening to the podcast. It's literally a hut, of varying sizes, 8 by 8, 10 by 10. You use a snowmobile to drag it out onto your frozen lake. You use a drill to cut your hole in the ice. You drop your rod in, and then you just start drinking and hope that fish bite. And you have your hibachi grill going, and you can heat your tent if you want, or your booze and body heat. It'll warm up anyway. But you just drink, like Johnny said. It is boring as hell. But you just go out there and you make a day of it. You drink and you hope you get something, and then you fry it up.
It's like tailgating without the actual sporting event.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A-Ron, what about you? Have you gone ice fishing?
No, I haven't done it. I only live vicariously through my boss at work. He does it quite often, and he shows me pictures. But yeah, it's exactly how they described it. You sit in a hut, cold, dark, and hope for the best.
I only asked
When
that
I'm out,
question because, keep going.
No, go ahead.
I only asked that question because coming from me, I live in a tropical country where there's no ice or snow or ice fishing. I haven't gone fishing in my whole life. So I thought it was interesting.
It's not what it's made up to be.
Once. Yeah, to do it once. And then check it off your list.
For the experience. Yeah, right. Yes.
I think people who, I think the funniest joke I've ever heard about fishing is a guy gets up one morning, looks outside, and it's terrible rain, absolutely terrible rain. And he's got the boat ready. He was going to go fishing on the boat. So he gets in the car. He's about to drive out the driveway. And he realizes, he looks at how bad the weather is, and he goes, no, I'm going to go back home. So he reverses the trailer back into the shed, gets out of his car, walks back up to his bed, jumps back into bed, and he says to his wife, "Oh, yeah, that's really, really bad out there. I'm not going out. No, that's really, really bad. So I thought I'd come back." And she says to him, "Yeah, can't you believe it? My husband is going fishing in that."
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, that's
I
terrible.
believe it.
I
Yeah,
get it.
but because there are fishing people that they go fishing, and you just think to yourself, like, at the end of the day, it would be cheaper, and you'd get better
To go buy a
fish
buy it?
fish.
to go and buy the fish. These fishing rods are not cheap. You know, like, other than standing in a cold, wet, damp spot for hours on your own, why else would you do it?
People like
Right.
different pastimes. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your turn to ask a
It's
question, Eva.
Yes, yes, it is.
it's
Yes,
not
it
about
is.
the fish. It's about the quality time.
Oh, of course, the quality time. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'd rather spend quality time doing something else, and then go and buy fish. Okay, so this is a question from Strawberry. So we kind of touched on this just before we did our start session. Strawberry asked a question last episode about what are your excuses to sneak off and play your tickets. Toilet is the default, of course, but what else do you do to excuse yourself? And we've had this. I do it while I'm driving to work already. So, A-A-Ron, what is your best excuse for sneaking off to play tickets?
Best excuse. Well, I typically try to have a strategy where I limit those instances, so I try to time it where I don't have to. But when I do, I basically just get up and say I have to do my tickets. It's kind of like I've kind of laid that seed a long time ago that this is the thing, and this is like like I don't really. I know it's funny, like we'll sneak off and at times and try to think of the wildest reasons, but no, I just typically say I'm going to go do it.
Yep.
or I hold it under the table so no one can see that I am doing it. Right. Right.
Sneaky. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I've been playing for a long time. You learn to kind of work within the system so you don't have to kind of do that. Yeah.
No, very cool. Very cool. What about yourself, RDiddy?
I don't have any excuses either. I play my tickets in the morning before I go to work, and then I play my tickets when I get as soon as I come home from work. I put my lunch bag on the counter and I load up the game, and my wife gives me the eye, and I said, I just got to catch up on my game, and she shrugs her shoulders and does her thing, and then I run my tickets, and then after the kids go to bed, and I'll run whatever's left. So I don't really have any excuses.
Yeah.
That's just my routine.
Yep. Cool. Very cool. And then Johnny, what about yourself?
Well, years ago, I didn't have to give any excuses because I never put my phone down. I was playing from morning to night in order to get, where my main is at now, which is, I don't know, 37 million cup points or something. I don't know. But of course, everything morphs into something else now. My son and I play our team tickets in the evening after dinner. We play 7 team tickets in a row. So we punch in such that our timing is that they renew at 10 p.m. our time. We start playing our tickets at about 9:30. We get the 4 done plus the video, and then we get the 2 ticket renewal. So we're playing 7 tickets at night. We don't have time in the morning. By the time we get up, eat, his school bus shows up. We got to get him off. I got to get in the shower, get to work. There's no time. I wish that I could play team tickets throughout the day, but I can't.
And
it's funny you say that, because before there was 4 tickets, you could bank up 4 tickets together.
Right.
I used to do the same thing. I would start my ticket journey at 7 a.m. So I'd get up, and if the team had reset overnight, or the match had reset overnight, I would start at 7 o'clock exactly. And then, you'd have 2 tickets 4 hours later, 2 tickets 4 hours later. And what I would do is I would let them bank up. So I'd do 2 tickets, and they'd expire and refresh while I was playing those 2 tickets.
Right.
So I'd play 4 tickets in a row, and then I wouldn't play for another. Yep, but now you can do it with 7, like you've just said. But it was one of those things that I used to do to help me get better at the game. Yeah.
I used to try to also align that with the refill we get at night, because usually you could, if you were really lucky, you could time it so that the 8-hour yellow chest was what you would get at 8 o'clock and do tickets. So you could almost like time adventure cups and a chest open and let something kind of like 8 hours overnight happen and like refill. So if you really timed it, you could like, open a lot of things at the same time and do a lot of things at the same time.
Yep. No, agreed. And that was the thing. A lot of people used to say, I used to explain it in the original first few episodes of the original podcast, and I think a lot of people thought I was a bit weird for doing it, but it was my method and my madness. The same as if I don't do a good T1, I don't do 2, 3, 4.
Continue.
I don't continue.
You just exit.
Same.
I exit and start again.
Mhm.
And I'll only burn a blue ticket or a purple ticket if I'm in T4 and I've done a good T1, 2, and 3. Occasionally, if I've done a really, really good T1 and 2, and T2 is really hard, like this current event, T2 is the wheelie. If I've done an 8K wheelie and I don't go over 3.5K usually, I might burn a ticket on T3 to keep it going.
Sure.
But I generally won't burn a ticket on T3. It'll only be on T4, and I'll only get there if I'm, if I've done really well T1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
In saying that, Eva, what's your ticket count up to?
On my alt account, it's in the high 70s now, and in my main account, it's in the 20s. Yeah.
I thought it would have been a lot higher than 20.
No, because I have been. We're in CC. We're in CC now, and I burnt a few in CC trying to get some extra. Points for the CC games that we're in.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm 30 something on both.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
I hate talking ticket counts now. I don't know. I had 110 on both accounts, like in the summer, and it was bugging me that I kept on going 110, 105, 110, and I wanted to get to you see Volkopay's video and you see like 500, and you're like, wow, I've got 100. Like how it felt so good, and you realize how crabby it is. Well, now I've got like 23 on both accounts. I'm just like, okay, we go to 0. Yeah. I know it's a touchy subject for me. Yeah.
RDiddy, how many tickets
but they do
have
give
you
you the
saved?
option.
On my main account, it's in the low 70s, and on my alt account, on Empire 2, it is in the low hundreds, like 106 or 107 or something.
You're a Scrooge.
Good numbers.
Good.
Yeah.
Good saving. And Pete, what about you?
Main account is 52. I just checked, and alt account is around 40. Because I always try to get a podium on Team 2. My alt account.
Yeah. Cool.
And you know what?
Especially when I'm making a video for the team.
Yeah.
I'll burn a couple of tickets.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. Yeah, cool.
Cool.
Next question.
Is it my question?
Yep.
Yes.
This one is from Lunatic NZ. And he says, how are you guys liking the ICC Season 3? Start with Johnny.
I'm not in it, so I don't know anything about it.
Next, RDiddy.
I'm in it. I played ICC 1. Canada had a team. But the tournament, I'm not sure if anybody else on the call played in the tournament, but it went on for a really, really long time, and players lost interest, and it fizzled out in terms of Canadian participation. I didn't take part in ICC 2, but ICC 3, Canada is grouped with the rest of the world, and we're quite competitive. Yeah, we're in the finals right now. We're playing Italy currently, so it's pretty good. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I like it.
But watch out for those Italians. They're world renowned for being. They're world renowned for being cheating little. Yeah, no. This is no reflection on HCR2 teams whatsoever. No. No.
A-A-Ron?
Same for me, like Johnny. I was, when I first heard about it, I was really, really interested in it, and I kind of like followed Discord and was trying to see like what you were supposed to do and how it worked. And for some reason, like just over a day or two, I kind of didn't get into it, and then I just never joined, and I kind of regret it now, especially after hearing what Ryan just said.
It's not too late to join. You can join anyone. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can.
You can join.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
It's the top 50 scores of everybody that counts, and there's usually over 100 people that play it.
Okay, so quickly at a high level, is it like basically you just take your team event score and you post it somewhere, and that's what? Is it a team event thing, or?
It's custom tracks built by people who run the competition, and they give each and every team their own track of the same track. So everybody from the rest of the world is playing against Russia, and the two people battle it out. Top 50 of these two teams makes the score.
Ah, cool.
Hmm.
My wife's in the room right now while we're doing this call, and she just looked at me and she goes, "Not another track."
Yeah,
there
it
goes
is
my
good. It is
membership
good
to
fun.
ICC. Yeah, okay, I'll get into it.
Excellent.
Oh, that's funny.
Is that my question now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. This is a series of questions from Cap A. We've kind of done a little bit of what he's done, but what he's got is one question for each of you, which I think is pretty cool. So big shout out to Cap A. Thanks for the questions. For RDiddy, are you Diddy?
Well,
what does that even mean?
I have no idea what that even means.
You
better delete this right away.
Some Diddy questions were coming. So I guess where my name, the player name comes from is I was born in 82, which meant I grew up with 90s music. And 90s music is by far the best decade, in my opinion, of music. So, and I was big into the hip hop scene, and I was a fan at the time. Turns out he's not quite a role model these days, but I was a fan of Puff Daddy's music. And I've had this nickname. My real name starts with R, and there's the RDiddy aspect. So I've had this nickname for a couple of decades, and I'm way too old for a rebrand, so it's not happening.
Yeah, I still think it's funny that Ice-T, who did Cop Killer, was on Law and Order SVU as a police officer.
SVU, yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
It's the money talks. It's all about the Benjamins, baby.
Yeah.
He does fine though.
Oh, he does very well. He's yeah, for sure. So this is a question for A-A-Ron.
It's A-A-Ron written down.
Yeah, I know. That's why it confused me. I was about to say A-A-A-Ron, but it's not. It's A-A-Ron. This is really hurting me at the moment. You ever mess around with batteries? Do you pronounce your name AA or AA?
Oh my goodness, this is so funny. I'll answer one thing. I'll go to first. When you guys started talking today about the AA and how you added that in with the guy's email, there's actually a commercial that's on TV right now where they sell coffee mates, and I think it's somewhere over in New Zealand or Australia, and they somehow like, do you want a coffee mate? And they do that thing where they duplicate the word mate, and it kind of reminded me of what you were doing earlier today, and that kind of happened with my name. So my nickname was AA ever since I was a kid, and that name was given to me by one of my mom's friends. My mom was very athletic, played in a basketball league, and one of her friends just asked my mom what my name was, and she said Aaron. How do you spell it? Because most of the time people want to spell my name E-R-I-N. So she let her know it was Aaron,
Yeah.
A-A-R-O-N, right? And it just became AA. So all through my childhood, my friends, school, my mom, my family and friends, it was AA. And then around, when was it? Maybe it was 2012 or 2014. These two comedians, they go by the name of Key and Peele. They did a skit where one of them played a supply teacher. And you know, the supply teacher, when they come in the classroom, they always do the attendant. Well, he does the attendant. And the fourth student he does, his name is Aaron, and he says A-A-Ron. So that's now why I go by. Yes. So that's how we go with A-A-Ron. Yeah. So pretty much it's morphed into that because of that.
There was a lot of funny names in that skit.
Oh, there was. There was. I mean, you know, once you, yeah,
Blakey.
You've got to remember that you know, in America there is names like L-A.
Yeah.
Yeah, L-A, Ladasha. What's the other one? Absidy. Absidy. It's A-B-C-D-E. Absidy.
Right. Oh, gee.
Yeah, okay, we'll leave that alone. All right, now, last one. This is for JonyDive. He's asked the question, do you go skydiving?
Yes, I have skydived 5 times.
5 times? Wow. Was it when you were younger or when you were older?
It was when I was in my 20s and my 30s. So it's been a bit since I've jumped, but I got to tell you, if you haven't done it, everybody do it. Put it on your bucket list. I did 3 what they call instructor-assisted dives from 4,000 feet, where you climb out and they are holding the pilot's chute in their hand, and when you let go of the plane, they let go of the pilot's chute. Your chute is deployed within 20 seconds. And then after that, I took the extra course and graduated to be able to do free fall. The instructor that I went with was the main instructor at this firm called Swoop, and they normally take you to 9,000 feet, and he went up to 10,000 feet. And you have 2 instructors who go with you. And if you're a mess, they're holding on to you. And if you are well balanced, they let you go and just let you enjoy the ride. And I free felled from 10,000 to 3,000 feet, whereby they gave me the signal to pull my chute, which I did. and glided down to the ground. And I'll tell you, it's something I could talk for hours about. It's unbelievable. Even going through a little wispy cloud and feeling moisture hit your face, and then you're instantly dry. Like, it was just unreal. I would do it again.
Yeah,
And
that sounds
Jackson
epic.
is now 16, or he's almost 16. Guaranteed, my son and I are going very soon.
Mm-hmm. I've been once, and it was amazing.
It was.
I was strapped to the instructor, and when it was time to jump, like I was dangling from the plane, and he was holding on until it was time for us both to go. So I was like, "Oh, this is a bit scary." And then he let go, and I thought I was going to die.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
I don't know.
scary until I realized I wasn't going to die, and then I just had an amazing time.
I don't know what it was. I had instant balance where as soon as I let go of the plane when I was doing the free fall, I was immediately in the correct position, correct balance. I was not flopping all over or somersaulting. And the instructors will leave you alone just to see if you can get your own balance. And then the one guy, it's amazing how fast they can come zooming in and stop. They're right beside you, and you can hear them. And he looks at me and he goes, "Everything good?" And I said, "Yeah, everything's great." And he pointed at his altimeter, meaning he wants me to look at mine, which I did. I'm watching it going zing, zing, zing. He made me do a couple of trial pulls. That's just to make sure that when you go to pull your chute, you don't put yourself off balance. I did that, no worries. And then they left, they're gone. And then zoom, the guy comes back in. You're at 3,500 feet. He looks at you again. He looks at his altimeter and points. And then at 3,000 feet, he gives you the signal with his hand saying pull. And I pulled, and I enjoyed the last 3,000 odd feet just gliding around and having a good time.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
It was amazing. Do it again in a heartbeat.
Johnny, if you do, you should do a cup race because you'll probably be the first and only person to do it. I can picture you doing it.
That's if he's got reception on the way down. If he's got reception on the way down.
You
That's
tell
right.
the instructor to take a
Gonna get
video.
Wi-Fi off an airplane.
Yeah.
Now, Johnny,
he's closer to the satellites when he's up there, so he's going to be fine.
Right. Yeah, Johnny, just to make
I
it
can't
not
believe
game triggers.
I just
Go ahead.
I just busted my streak today too. I was at 252 and I lost to a boss 2-1. I was so sour and I'm not buying. I bought once. I only bought once when I got beat by a hack boss. And that was when I was under 100. I said I'm not settling for that. So I paid the 60 gems and I kept going and I got to 252. And I lost on a boss fairly and squarely 2-1. And I went, okay, that's it. Streak over. I'll start another one.
This time, stop it early though, because it doesn't help.
It doesn't do nothing. All you're doing now is spending 60 gems for nothing just to keep a streak going that does nothing for your red chest.
Yep.
Right.
It's just
People
glory
put
at
in
that point.
suggestions for that. It'll change.
It's just keeping the number alive.
It
That's
just
right.
looks good on your license.
Definitely.
That's it. On my
I think it's my
alt,
turn.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just going to say on my alt, however, I am currently at 141.
Oh wow.
That's pretty high also.
Not bad. Not bad. We'll see. I'm going to crash and burn on a boss sooner or later, as you always do.
I'm pretty sure my best at the moment is around 12. So you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I'm happy. These are good streaks. 252 ended, and 141 is still alive. But then again, I was a cup player since the game started. So
yes,
nice.
Nice.
Alrighty,
my
turn. You're up.
Yeah, here is a question from Nate Pig. Thank you for this question. He wanted to know how many. Okay, just checking if Craig was still there. Sorry.
Hang on. Do you want me to tell you how to say that word?
No, I heard it. Oh my God, Eva, you're terrible. Okay. He wanted to ask a question. How many cows are there in Canada? Or better yet, how many times have you seen a Sasquatch? RDD, please share if you have
I
seen.
have no idea how to answer this question.
So glad you're going
Yes,
first.
there are a number of cows in Canada, and nobody has ever seen a Sasquatch.
That's
A-A-Ron,
hilarious.
have you seen and have you counted cows?
I've definitely seen cows. I go to something every year in Toronto called the Canadian National Exhibition, where they actually have cows on display, and it's kind of funny because my family loves them, so we go check them out. Kind of funny that you asked me that. I don't know how many there are. It's a lot. And
Your profile
I
picture is a cow. I just realized.
pardon me, how what? How what?
Your profile picture is a cow.
Yes. Oh, that's funny. It's like a bull, really. Yes. And from the
Yeah.
in the game, in the
Mhm.
Like
game.
what?
Yeah, the
Mhm.
profile picture. It's the one in the game, but yeah, and I don't think anyone has seen a Sasquatch. Although another interesting thing is that's a typical type of animation movie that we watch as a family. Like my daughter's into that kind of like animal. We have like a lot of those still. So I do see them on TV, but yes, they are not real. So no real one.
Well, I've seen the movie Harry and the Hendersons.
Mm-hmm. Great
So
movie.
technically, I have seen a Sasquatch, but
Yeah,
I don't know if it
right.
was real.
That's an old movie.
Oh
That's a
yeah.
good one.
That's
It's a good
showing
one.
your age,
That's
Pete.
yeah.
Maybe. But everybody here knows what I'm talking about, so it's fine.
Johnny, have you seen a Sasquatch? And are there
have not-
cows around you?
I have not seen a Sasquatch ever. And yes, there are cows around me, and I have never tipped one. Apparently, cow
That's
tipping is a
fair.
fun thing to do.
Mm.
The movie that it happens in. What movie is that?
Cars.
What, cow tipping?
Yeah, there's a funny one where I can't remember. Funny scene
Well,
where that happens with someone.
they did a skit of it in Cars, where they tipped tractors.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
they did too.
So wherever that came from, they had a bit of a laugh with it in Cars, the movie.
Yes,
Mhm.
I know what it is now. It's Tommy Boy. And Tommy Boy has a very famous Canadian actor. There's a scene. So Tommy Boy, you got to look up Tommy Boy, the cow tipping scene. That's the one I'm recalling. It's hilarious.
Yep.
And Pete, I think it's your turn to ask your own question.
Yes, I've got a follow-up question from the last one. Have you ever seen a wild bear before? A-A-Ron.
Yes, actually. The last time I'm really the only. Well, let me think. Yes. We were doing a trip from where I live, which is kind of near like the border of Canada and Buffalo, New York. And we were doing a trip up into North Ontario, which is about a 13-hour drive to a place called Marathon. Marathon is a very, very remote, small little town. My wife's family's from there. So we were driving up and we were just talking, looking at each other for a second. And then all of a sudden I'm looking on in front of me, like I always kind of try to keep my eyes forward. And there's a bear running across the highway in front of us. And I slammed my brakes and it just got through without hitting it. And we kind of just drove on and we were like, what the heck just happened? And we were like, we just almost hit a bear on the highway, like crazy.
Oh
And I'll
my
never
God.
That
forget
is
that moment.
crazy. Yeah.
Yes, so crazy.
Was it a big one?
Mhm. Mm-mm. That was the other part that was kind of like, we were really kind of shooken up about it. It was definitely like a cub or a baby. So we even looked back
Oh,
to see like, where's the mother? Yeah, we were
yeah,
so happy that
yeah.
it ended. Yes,
Oh my God.
yes. So yeah, good ending.
Crazy.
Good ending.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
How about you, RDiddy? Have you ever seen a
I
bear?
I have not. Fortunately, I have not. We do a lot of camping. We tent camp once, sometimes twice a year in the summer. And you always hear stories about lock up your food and don't leave anything out. And you do hear stories about bears rummaging close to all the garbage dumpsters looking for food and stuff. But fortunately, I have never seen one in person, thankfully.
Mm-hmm.
Very lucky. How about you, JonyDive?
Yeah.
I have seen numerous black bears, and I have never seen a grizzly in real life. I've seen black bears in the middle of Ontario here, and I've seen black bears when we were climbing Mount Marcy in upstate New York, where some of the fellow climbers did not understand why you hang your food over the dam and left it in their tent. And we had to scare the black bears off. But that's
Are they the more friendly of the bears?
They're the ones that are
Yes.
easily scarable. You just bang your pots together and they'll run away. A grizzly will not be so
investigate.
Yeah, grizzly will go, what? No, I'm bigger than you.
Well, even a black bear will see a grizzly bear and it knows it's got to leave.
Yes, yeah.
So that's how bad a grizzly bear is. Yes, black bears. Oh, grizzly bear, see ya. This is your place.
God.
Oh yeah.
This is your domain, not mine.
Yep.
See you later.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You definitely want to see a black one if you do
is
come
a
in.
koala bear.
Oh.
Oh, the very
That's a
scary
different
koala
one.
bear? Yes.
Well, I worked with an engineer, a Canadian engineer, and she said to me one day, if you ever want to understand bears are not cute, bears are not this, bears are not that, she said, this was well before Google, but she was telling me about what a bear does when it catches you. It pulls your skin off your arms so it can eat the muscles underneath. And they call it degloving. And I just went, I never want to see a bear. I never, ever, ever want to see a bear. Thank you very much. Noted. I will never go to Canada.
Wow.
We'll never go to Canada. Just because of that.
I'll go for the beaver tails.
Yeah, beaver tails. Okay, poutine done. Bears,
Yes.
not so much. Thank you very much.
You got to go in the right season.
Yeah, when she told me about degloving, I just went, oh my god, that sounds terrible. She goes, the best thing you can do is just make out you're dead. And I'm like, is that good? And she goes, no, they'll just start to deglove you. I'm like, oh, this is no thanks. Just run like mad. No, they'll catch you. I'm like, well, what do I do? And just take it.
Climb a tree.
No, they'll climb up after you. Oh, this is just terrible.
My God.
So they can climb trees, so you can't do that. They can swim, so you can't jump in water, and they are super fast, so you can't outrun them. So you're f***ed if you come across a bear.
Pretty much.
You come across a bear, yeah, pretty much. So hence I haven't been to Canada.
The only thing,
something metal and you can bang your metal together, for some reason that scares them off. Black bears, that is, not grizzlies.
Well, firstly, I'd have to understand it's a black bear, not a grizzly bear. Secondly, I'd have to remember to have brought my drum kit.
right.
Yeah.
And the difference in size is like a house cat to a lion.
Yeah,
no.
A
black bear and a grizzly bear, even if you don't see their color.
Yeah. Well, knowing my luck, I'll come across a small grizzly bear that looks like a black bear. And no, it'll just be a cub, and its mother is, 50 meters that way, and she will kill me.
Believe me, the cub will too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh
God.
Yeah.
Just run faster than the slowest guy in the group, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, well, that's what they say, isn't it? The three hunters sitting around the campfire, and one of them says, One of them says, "I think there's a lion who's just, hunting us," and the other hunter turns around and grabs his running shoes and starts putting his running shoes on, and he says, "Do you think you're going to outrun the lion?" He goes, "No, just you." Anyhow, on that note,
isn't there another saying that says, "I can run faster scared than you can mad"?
Oh, I like that. I like it. I'm using that. I'm using that from now on. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Oh, that
What's
is good.
Who's up next? Was it Eva or Jack?
Eva. Eva is next.
Eva, okay. Okay, this is from Levi. Thanks for the question, Levi. He's asked two questions. His first one is, what is your favorite type of cheese? We'll start with you, A-A-Ron.
Favorite type of cheese? It's interesting because cheese doesn't really sit well with me too much lately, but I do love cheese. So typically now, if I do eat cheese, because I do enjoy a nice Caesar salad, I like thinly sliced Parmesan. So good.
Very nice.
So for sure, yeah, and it's thin, and I can kind of do it. Like I used to eat a lot of pizza. I used to work at a Calabrese Italian pizzeria, so I was really, exposed to good cheeses, and that was great. But not so much today. So nicely thin sliced Parmesan.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Yeah.
I actually had an Italian festival at my local primary school where my kids go, and they put on pizza, wood-fired pizza, that they stretched the dough, made it all on site. It was amazing. You got to see them make it. It was the best pizza ever. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
There's pizza, then there's that.
It had not Parmesan, but what's the better Parmesan, Eva? I forget what it's called.
Pecorino.
That's the one. It had Pecorino on there.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, it was good.
Very nice. What about you, RDiddy?
I am lactose and told her aunt. So
So you have no toes, and you told your aunt about no toes.
I lactose and told her aunt. So if I eat dairy, I will shit myself profusely. So I cannot have cheese.
So hang on. The best question for that is then, so which shit do you like the best?
Oh God.
I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself.
So I'll tell you, when my wife and I were dating, my wife and I have been together just over 20 years. And when we were dating, I would eat, 3 cheese spinach dip and pizzas and sour cream and all this stuff. And then I would just spend a lot of time in the bathroom. And she looked at me one time and just said, "Have you ever tried just not eating cheese, one time for a week or something?" I said, "Woman, get out of my grill. What do you know?" And then I married her.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but I can have Parmesan and Gouda because they're really low in the enzyme, so they don't affect me that much. So whenever we're making pizza, or we do a lot of homemade pizza, we'll buy the dough, buy the toppings, and the kids all chip in and stuff. And we'll use Gouda, which is very similar to mozzarella. And it's totally fine. So stick to that, Parmesan and Gouda, or else it's a bad day.
I'm pretty sure that there's a medicine you can have so you can eat dairy, because my good mate that I've known for 30 years, his son is dairy intolerant, and when he has cheese or milk or ice cream or something like that, his farts are rank. But they can get this tablet to stop him doing that, so it's good.
Yes, they do sell them, lactate or lactase. But a lot of that stuff for me, it all depends. It all depends on your body and how you process the enzyme in the different types of cheeses. So it's a lot of trial and error.
Yep.
And I just don't want to trial and error with that mess.
No,
Yeah.
no, for sure, for sure.
Oh, man.
All right, Johnny, what is your favorite cheese?
I have a couple. To me, things, and I love hard cheese. So cheddars, parm, it's all good. But there are a few cheeses that are just outside of that are exemplary. One of them is called Alpenziner, which I bought at an Italian food store, but I don't know if it's Italian. I think it's more like
Sounds German.
mid-European.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah, it
German
has
or
a very,
Swiss.
but it is so yummy. And then another one that I bought was at a delicatessen that serves restaurants, little bit deli, but more of a wholesale butchery. And they had hardened cheeses in a cooler, and he pulled one out. I'd never had it before. It's called Montasio. It's an aged Italian hard cheese, and that has become one of my absolute favorites. Montasio, Montasio.
Okay, I'm going to have to look at that because I was introduced to Comté probably, I don't know how long ago, from Velcorin, and
Yeah.
I really
I remember
enjoyed
when you
Comté.
bought it.
Yeah. I sent some pictures. But yeah, I'm like, okay, I'll see if I can find that one next.
What's it called?
Very interesting. Comté.
Comté.
COMTE with an apostrophe on it. It's made specifically in a very small region in France, and it has a very nutty, hardish, cheesy flavour that's just really nice. It sits in. They for it to be Comté, they have to make it in a certain province from a certain animal, and that animal has to be fed a certain thing and whatever. But it is just delicious, really delicious.
I'll tell you one thing that we did a couple of summers ago. With all the advent of smokers that they sell, different
Yep.
kinds. Some are small, some are larger, some have the bowls of water in them. My friend and I, we smoked a pork, whatever the pork roast equivalent to a beef prime rib is. I don't know if they call it a pork prime rib, but anyway, it's the same cut. We smoked that in a smoker, and we were doing that at about 200 Fahrenheit. And then we added ice cubes to the water bowl to bring it down to about 125. And we smoked a 5-year-old Balderson cheddar with apple chips. And it came out, the outside of this block of cheese, and it didn't melt and become all gooey and, fall through the rails. It just picked up all the smoky flavor. It was a dark orange, and it was a white cheese to begin with. A dark orange, that's how much flavor it picked up. And oh my God, it was so good. If ever you have the opportunity, do that.
Ordering.
Smoked cheese.
Sorry.
I love a
smoked
good
cheddar
smoked
is
cheese.
Unbelievable, especially with
I'm starting
applewood.
to drool.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm starting to drool right now.
I'll agree. I one time at a family gathering, they had on the kitchen counter, they had all these cheeses and all that sort of stuff laid out, and then I saw over to the side there was a wheel of smoked cheese. So I decided to start eating that, and then by the end, after a little bit, it was all gone. And then my auntie came out like, "Oh, where'd the smoked cheese go? I was just about to bring it out." I ate it before it came out.
And you didn't shit for a week.
Oh, probably not, but I just remember the delicious cheese.
Who cares? It was delicious. Yeah.
Exactly. It's my favorite type of cheese.
Saved on a lot of
Smoked
paperwork.
anything is delicious. Yeah. Yeah, that's our favourite question.
Pete, is it your question?
You haven't asked Aaron about his
Oh,
favorite.
sorry.
Oh,
No,
he
I
was the first
started.
one? He
Yeah, I
did.
have.
Yes,
Okay.
I was.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I work my way down, JR, so I don't fuck up.
Okay.
Or I start from the bottom and work my way up.
We're usually more professional than this.
Yeah, we are usually.
Yes.
Usually.
This question is from Jaxie, and Jaxie would like to know, which vehicle from HCR2 would you want to drive in real life? Start from A-A-Ron.
In real life,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of interesting. Maybe like a couple weeks ago, or maybe even just last week, I was driving somewhere going from my house to Niagara, and I don't remember what it was. It was either a new Porsche or like, I don't know, but the darn car looks like the Raider. Like it's either the Mach-E Ford or something else. And I actually looked at it and I was like, wow, I would like to drive that because it reminded me of the game, the car in the game. Other than that, yeah, like to be honest, it
Hey,
almost should be
Aaron, it's
called
not
one of
that
these.
it's not that Cybertruck, is it?
Yeah, I
No,
was
no,
just
no,
thinking the
no, no,
Cybertruck.
No, the Cybertruck's
no,
just
it's not the Cybertruck.
the Cybertruck looks like a fridge that was not assembled properly
Yeah.
and fell
Oh
over on
my
its
God,
side.
such an ugly vehicle.
Yep.
Cybertruck looks like it should be something that you customize in the shop, but somehow they put wheels on it. We drive it.
Well, I honestly thought the Cybertruck looked like the toolbox that you keep all your tools in
Yeah,
that
Yeah,
someone put
that's right.
wheels on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, we digress really quickly this place.
We sure do.
No worries.
So radar for you. RDiddy, how about you?
I would like to drive the rotator because who wouldn't want to drive on the ceiling of something, a parking garage or wherever you are? I think
Well,
that would be awesome.
well, you wouldn't pay for parking, would you?
Yeah, I mean, I
Oh.
don't know how you would get up there, but we're not talking about logistics, but I think I would like to drive the rotator.
I technically would like to drive upside down
That
in the rotator when it's upside
would be
down.
awkward.
It would be awkward and you'd be
But
looking over your shoulder to drive forward, but the view would
exactly,
be interesting.
it would be very interesting.
Yep.
How about you, JonyDive?
I personally would like to take the tank out onto the major expressways for two reasons. One, it has a cannon, so you can blow the idiots off the road. And the second is, who wouldn't want to drive a tank that flies and jumps?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's actually a place near me that you could ride in a tank. And I'm seriously considering doing it.
But it's not a
It's
tank
just
that
like
flies or
on
jumps.
somebody's farm. No, it's not. But
Yeah.
it's a tank.
It's just like somebody said earlier about the, I think it was Diddy, about the racing truck. Like it's just not realistic. It doesn't match physics. There's no tank that can fly or jump. Oh my God.
Oh,
No,
I reckon
Yeah.
those leopard tanks would do a pretty good job of flying off the top of a embankment, but they wouldn't fly very far.
Well, and why, FS, does our tank not shoot out the cannon? Wouldn't that be cool if you could shoot your opponent with your cannon on the tank?
Or better,
That would be cool.
or better yet,
You're just about to lose the race. Boom.
Boom.
Just kidding.
Well, do you remember the Bomberman public event? They
Yep.
totally
Defeats the
missed an
purpose of hill
opportunity.
climb rashing, doesn't it?
Yeah, they did miss
It's
the
Mario
opportunity there.
hill climb racing.
Yeah.
Right.
Shoots out banana peels.
Yep.
Oh god. Who's next?
I think that's my question.
Yep.
So, this is a question to all three of you. So, the question's from Dolmaz. and he's asking the obvious self-interested question: Is Dolmaz the new best Canadian adventure player? He already has four 7K GP and 18 local records with only 900K stars.
It's 4K7, not 47K.
4,700.
Oh, 4,700 GP. Oh, I'm not into this shortened version of numbers. Sorry, I missed that completely. 4,700K. Wow. Okay, where have we come to? What happened to commas and zeros?
No, they're too hard. Too hard.
Too hard. Too hard. Too hard. Okay, so is he the new best Canadian adventure player? Let's start with you, JonyDive.
He must be. I have no idea who he is, but if he maintains that he holds those records, he must be.
He must be. Yeah. What about you, RDiddy?
Yeah. He or she, don't really know. This player is on the Team Canada server and has been posting a lot of 10K records, specifically in Cuptown with all sorts of vehicles. Like monster truck was a 10K, scooter a 10K, tractor a 10K. Like I can't even get past like 600 meters in that stupid map. And then this player is posting this on one of the hardest maps. So an up and comer for sure. Well done on a self-inflicted shout out.
JR, your question?
That wraps up, yep.
Yes, the next question is from Pro J. Thank you for this question. For the three of you, I wanted to ask, on average, how many stops per week at Tim Hortons? And what is your favorite little breakfast at Tim's? He wanted to say it's for him, it's 2.5 times per week, and it's the morning wrap sausage classic. I'll ask JonyDive first.
I stop every day and get a medium double. And my favorite snack is the morning sausage on an English muffin.
Tell them what a double is, Johnny. A lot of people don't even know what Tim Hortons is.
That's about a 14-ounce coffee with 2 creams and 2 sugars in it.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I went the other way. I thought it was a double black, a double long black or something. Okay.
Double means what you put in it.
Yep.
2 and 2.
Yep, I must be hungry because I thought it was a double sausage and egg muffin.
That equals double washroom break.
And Diddy, what about you?
So Tim Hortons is a coffee place. Like the US will have Dunkin' Donuts would be a big one. You know, Starbucks. You can get sandwiches and pastries and coffee and whatever. I'm not a fan of their coffee. I don't like their coffee, so I don't get coffee there. I prefer Williams. We have a franchise here. I don't know if they have it in the States or not, but it's Williams, and I like their coffee. But I do enjoy their breakfast sandwiches, and I get similar to Pro J, I get the farmer's wrap. So it's a wrap that comes with egg. I get no cheese on it. So egg, no cheese.
Oh, damn.
Sausage. It comes with a hash brown, and then their secret sauce, whatever they put on it. It's quite good.
But how do you like your coffee at Williams?
I take my coffee just with 1 sugar.
Nice. And A-Ron, what about you?
I started drinking coffee actually very late in life, so around when I turned 40. Actually, was just at my recent job, so I kind of used to drink hot chocolate. I kind of like that flavor, so I would drink like a mocha. I don't really go anymore now. I'll do an order because my wife will take her daughter to work, and I usually order probably 2 or 3 times a week on the mobile app, and we'll get her a coffee. when I was going to Tim Hortons, I would gravitate towards the iced coffee, but then I would just have to substitute like an almond milk or something because of the dairy. So now because of that hassle, because usually they would just throw in the normal milk and I would be sick. I just make my coffee at home now, so I don't really ever go to Tim Hortons for me anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, but
You
it was
don't
about
have
2 times a
a
week
black
when I
coffee?
No, I don't. I don't like the bitter. I like my wife. She can do it. She can put in like just a little bit of milk, or like that way. I like it. It's like I came from like a hot chocolate background, so I like my coffee kind of sweet. And I know that ruins a traditional coffee, but it's the way I like it. So I usually buy like vanilla or caramel flavored shots into my coffee.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
In 2000, I went to Italy with my ex-wife, and my cousin, who was, this was in Salerno, which was just below Naples, and my cousin picked us up and took us to this coffee shop that served hazelnuts that were roasted just like coffee beans and then ground to make coffee out of the hazelnuts. So it wasn't a syrup.
Interesting.
It was coffee from a different nut as opposed to a cocoa nut, a coffee nut, a coffee bean. It was a hazelnut that had been roasted to give it the texture of coffee. And I kid you not, the hazelnut coffee came out of this machine and it was delicious, absolutely delicious. And I have fond memories of it, but I only ever had it once in my life, and that was 24 years ago now. Still something that I'll never forget because it was just amazing.
Nice.
And I've never seen it anywhere else. Never ever seen it anywhere else.
Well, you can get hazelnut syrup.
Yeah, hazelnut syrup, but they put it into coffee. They put it into coffee. That's the
Yeah.
problem. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I
culture.
digress.
Yeah.
Interesting. No, that's interesting.
Pete?
JP.
JP.
All right.
Yeah.
Here's a question from Jay Hay.
Yeah, Jay Hay.
This is for the three of you. What do you think of the glider? We'll start with A-A-Ron.
What do I think of the glider? I actually don't mind it. I still have some questions. Like I try to avoid using new vehicles until it's off. So when I get a new vehicle, I typically don't try to use it until I'm 4. So I try to take advantage of the free videos to get the parts up until level 5. And then I'll drive it in adventure if it comes as part of a blue chest, because I hope then to get some good parts with it. So I don't want to like burn the KMs or the meters unless it's like there's a reward. That being said, I've got it now pretty maxed. Both accounts have almost, I think one's missing 2 or 3 parts and the other's missing 4. It's interesting. It goes far, and for some reason, all of a sudden, it just falls out of the air. I don't know what that is, but I like it.
Do you have the sound turned up or not?
No, I don't.
There you go. Well, the reason it falls out the sky is because there's a
Yeah.
bang. The wing stops.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a bang,
Interesting.
and then you fall out the sky. And there's actual visual. There's a visual with the bang. But
I see it.
You see it, but you don't hear it. And the bang is signaling that you've been flying too long and you need to come out of the sky.
So my follow-up question is, there's nothing you can do to extend it, right? Like it's just a finite time and then you're done.
I think one of the 4 parts, you know how you have to upgrade the wings, one of those 4 parts increases the length of time that it will fly. But if you've got them to max, those 4, the 4 tunes, if you've got that to max, then that's the most you're going to get.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's
I
like it.
Does it have wings as a part?
No, it doesn't, because it's got the wing on top. So you can't have wings with the wings.
Can you fly upwards?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
And the other thing, I don't know if you've noticed, if you've flown it long enough, but the wings will fall off.
Oh.
What?
I didn't know that.
You keep bashing
I've
into
hit 'em off.
things,
Yes.
and the wings will fall off.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
And then when they fall off and you press the propeller button, it's like a turbo boost almost.
Yes, it is, and it's a little bit uncontrollable without the wings on the ground, especially going up hills.
Mm-hmm.
It's very rear heavy.
Right.
Mm.
And one thing about the glider with respect to like accounts, like everyone else has said, it's unbelievable how predictable it is by Fingersoft. With my alternate account, that always seems to get everything. I've already got 5 skins for my alternate account for the glider, and on my main account that's like was jacked forever. They throttle it, and I haven't even got a single skin. It's so like crazy how like opposite it is.
Yep. Yeah.
Like, what is the probability of a account getting 5 skins in the first 2 weeks? It's because you guys are pushing it there. Like, there would be no way that would happen. You don't get any skin, let alone 5 for the same vehicle in 2 week span.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's very colorful for me right now. Just not. I'm not doing well with it.
Yeah. Fair enough.
RDiddy, how about you?
Yeah, I have it on both my accounts. I have it maxed, the vehicle, the glider maxed on my main, but like Aaron, I'm cash hungry on my alt, so I'm just waiting for the free upgrades, and once those are all done, then I'll max it. I have about 20 million on that account, so I don't want to go through that money just yet. I've tried it out here and
Saving it
there.
for something.
Yeah, masteries. So it seems pretty cool. It's very different than anything we've ever had so far. I'm just curious how if this will just turn into just an adventure vehicle, or if this will actually how they're going to incorporate this into a team event, or if they'll just turf it like the tank because it could be used like a drone and used for harm, and then you won't be able to use it in a team event. So I'm not sure.
Oh, nice. Good point.
How about you, Johnny? What do you think of the glider?
I haven't even ridden it once. I've just been upgrading it, but I haven't even tried it yet. Haven't had time, unfortunately.
Too busy playing cups.
Not really. I wish. I think my my monthly total is about 100,000 and 100,000 on the 2 accounts. So that's like 3,000 cups a day. Not very much.
Oh wow.
That's my monthly.
3,000?
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
No.
I'm not much of a cups player. I'm lucky to get 10,000. And that's
Do you
like when I'm
buy?
motivated at the start of the month, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do it this month. I get to about the end of the weekend. Nah.
Oh wow.
See, I've only been doing the 50,000 cup points in a month.
Yes.
If there's a skin that I haven't got.
Exactly what I do.
Yep, and there's not many skins I don't have.
Right. Oh, so you must be in the same boat then. Are you waiting for the chopper skin, or do you have it? Do you have a legendary skin for the chopper?
Yeah, I've got a whole heap of stuff for the chopper. But there's one more skin that's coming out that I haven't seen yet either. So, and what I've seen of late with the glider is usually they'll offer you the skin at a price, and then the skin with chests. And this time they're not doing any of that. It's just a package of skins and chests and everything else for a exorbitant amount of money. And I've just gone, no, I'll wait.
Yeah.
So
I do what you do. 50K, get the skin because I buy premium pass. I use it through Google rewards. I answer surveys throughout the month. Google kind of gives me money. Somehow I earn around $8 Canadian, which is the price of premium. And I do what you do. I get it to get the skin because it's by far the best bang for the price. The only drawback of premium is that you have to wait for a month accumulate, maybe a month to accumulate all the rewards, but the actual rewards you get for that price,
Yeah, it's worth it. Yeah,
easily.
so much worth it.
So easy.
Yeah. Especially if you do the cups and everything else, then you're getting all the extras. And if you do the daily tasks, if you pick the daily tasks and you do that, then the rewards are actually quite good. So yeah,
I agree.
Alrighty, Pete.
How did you get the rewards? Do you do Google?
So he answers surveys on Google.
Surveys, that's it. That's clever.
Yeah.
Oh
really
my
cool.
gosh. It is the best thing. Like I can tell you right now on both accounts, I've accumulated around $120. And I'll tell you, like every month I'm getting premium free. So and that's how I've got the skins. But if I didn't do that, I probably wouldn't purchase them. But to say no to that just by saying, yes, I went to Tim Hortons. Yes, I purchased when I got there, and there was coffee and
Yes,
donuts.
the lady was fantastic, and yes,
Exactly.
she smiled at me. Yep. And yes,
So
I would recommend all of my friends.
How long does it take per survey, roughly? 5 minutes?
No, like 5 seconds. Like what'll happen? I'll leave Tim Hortons, and by the time I get in my car, Google will say, "Hey, Aaron, did you just go to one of these 3-4 places?" And they'll put Tim Hortons in the list. I say yes. It'll say when. I say when. It'll say, how did you order? I tell them how. And then that's it. And then it says, like, here's 60 cents. Here's 40 cents.
Cool.
At the end of the month, I got the $8 and I get my premium pack. Like the best thing ever.
That's so good. There's a couple of follow-up questions from Jay Hay. And he says, what would you like to see in the next update? And in your opinion, what vehicle are you going to be available for mastery? We'll start with Johnny. We'll go opposite this time.
First part of that question is, say that again.
What would you like to see them have? What would you like to see in the next
What would you
update?
like to see in the next update?
In the update? Wow, that is a huge question.
Isn't it?
Isn't it? So here's some of the answers. Number 1, I'd like to see them fix matchmaking. Number 2, I'd like to see them fix glitches on vehicles. There's still some of them that bottom out for no reason in certain spots where they shouldn't be bottoming out. Number 3, they should adapt what we had talked about earlier, which is if you have all this money, make money worth something. Make it buy something. Long-time players of this game should be rewarded for having all that money, so let them spend it. Every time on my main, when I'm buying mastery, I don't even notice the dent in my money. Whereas on my alt, I'm broke. Those are, I think, the main things that really need to be addressed. And on the last note, which isn't anything specific, is FS can't be so money driven. Everything is money driven here. There has to be something more that is player driven. So, great example, put out a vehicle, you get a bunch of the parts, and then all of a sudden all the parts dry up, and in order to get them, you have to spend scrap, spend gems, which equals, hopefully in their minds, spending more money.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thanks for allowing me to ramble.
You're very welcome. And which vehicles are you think are going to be available for mastery?
Like, which one should be up next?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a very good question. I think it'd be cool if they were to do something for the monster. Monster mastery would be kind of neat. Formula would be kind of neat, and that's without saying that some of the more speed demon vehicles like the superbike, the rally, the muscle, those would be cool to have mastery too. But everybody knows they're already the universal vehicles anyway, right?
Yeah.
Putting mastery on those just makes them even that much more universal. So
this is true, but how would you think that they would be better? Like, what would they add to them?
Oh God!
Especially the muscle.
Hey, jump shocks on the super bike. No, I'm just kidding.
Nobody needs that.
You know what? I was so for this game when it first opened up because it was hill climb racing, and then it morphed into such weird stuff like, jumping these vehicles. We're all used to it now, but way back in the day when those jump shocks first came out, how many people here went, "What? What the heck is this?"
Yeah, pretty much.
I honestly don't remember them coming out. I think I joined when they were already a thing.
Well,
there you go.
Yeah, they came out after parts. Like parts, most of us had a lot of the parts for the vehicles, and then all of a sudden there was this offering. All these vehicles all of a sudden got jump shocks.
Yeah.
Right? I get it. The lowrider, that's cool. That's got something that makes your car hop because the cars hopped back in the 70s. That's how they gooped them up. But
Yep.
jump shocks on a racing truck? Come on.
It makes sense.
As Ryan said earlier,
it makes
racing
as much
trucks don't
sense
fly.
as thrusters.
They don't fly and they don't jump.
Well, have you ever seen monster trucks? They behave a little bit strange in the air in reality.
They do.
So who knows?
Yeah. I mean, now everybody who is playing this game is just following along. Whatever gets thrown at us, we adapt and we keep playing. We're somehow crazily addicted to the game and we'll suck up anything, but we can still complain.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
RDiddy, how about you? What would you like to see in the next update, and what would you like to see as the next mastery?
So I think, the easy one is change the CC. Manipulating. It's been said for so long that you just have to, add 1,000 points or 500 points. You give a little buffer to the winner, and that should curb the losing on purpose. It seems easy. There has to be some kind of back end algorithm that it can't be done because the community has been calling for this for a long, long time, and FS apparently listens to these podcasts, right? So there has to be a reason why they don't do it. So that would be my first one. My other one would be a 24-hour chest. If I wait 24 hours to unlock a chest, don't give me 15 epic parts. I want a legendary part. You know what I mean? If I wait that long, reward me with a legendary. I want that. Don't give me 15 epic parts. And the other thing is, actually, with joking aside, the other thing is, and nobody has ever brought this up. When you are playing, it doesn't matter whether you have ghosts on for your team or the other team. There's always 3 ghosts, right? It's good. It's the best score, it's the worst score, and the score closest to you.
Yep.
But if you run a track, just say a time attack track, and you are the best score, you don't see your ghost. You see the next ghost closest to you. But the next ghost closest to you could take a different line. They could be considerably slower. They could be running different parts. So if you are the number one on that track, you should be able to see your ghost. That's how you follow the line.
That.
You use the ghosts.
That's good.
To follow each other's line to improve. Oh, I'm going to follow this person's line. I would like to be able to see if I'm first and I have a good line. I want to be able to repeat it so that it's not a fluke, and then see my own ghost. That's what I would like to see.
That's actually a really fantastic suggestion.
Add that to the next one, Fingersoft, please. That'd be great. Thanks.
What he said.
And the masteries, next masteries. I think eventually. CCEV, and Beast are next up in terms of what they've announced so far. I think we'll get to every vehicle eventually. I'm not a fan of the masteries. I do them. I have both accounts done. They're up to date, but I don't enjoy the grind, but I enjoy the outcome once I'm there. So for me, it doesn't really matter which one's next. I'll just kind of get through it and then move on.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Nice. And Aaron, you're up. Do you remember the questions? Have we lost Aaron? We may have
Where'd
lost
he go?
No,
He's muted.
No, he's muted, unmuted.
Oh god, we're having that
Did he
problem
fall
again.
asleep? Do you remember
No.
somebody else, one of your other guests that fell asleep?
Devastator.
Oh, you said it. You said his name. I didn't.
And sadly, I couldn't hear him snoring, which is really sad because I would have used that to my advantage later on in life.
Oh, that's funny.
Who was snoring?
How? Yeah, no, he wasn't. But if he was, somehow Eva would have used that soundtrack.
Yeah.
I'm
soundtrack.
curious, how would you use that?
Oh, there's many ways.
A-Ron, if you want, you can leave the channel and then rejoin, so you can get back to. We cannot hear you.
Speaking of snoring and voice calls, often on the Empire server, you will see several people joining at weird times in their own time zone. Somebody who used to be on this podcast was Rex, and he often falls asleep on voice chat, and I've heard him snoring several times.
You're back, but on mute.
Yep. Oh, there we go. He's back. Oh, we can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
We're back.
You're back.
Next update and available for mastery.
Yeah, I would love to be able to use shop.
You sound like a robot.
No,
Hang
we
on.
can't.
You sound like a robot.
We can't hear you.
Whatever happened to Bro Robot?
Yeah.
Well,
We haven't done it for a while.
We haven't done it for a while, and it was mainly because, sorry, that was Flip asking about Brobot. Yes, the Flip, the real Flip, asked about Brobot, so he's now been on the podcast. The reason Brobot hasn't really made an appearance is because Brobot was kind of an Australian AusNZ thing, and the last couple of episodes have been people that just wouldn't get what Brobot was and what it meant and everything else, and the Australianisms behind it. So we just haven't used him. But he is still there. He could come out from nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
He hasn't actually made an appearance on server for quite a while either.
No. He's been forgotten, kind of. But yeah. All right. So where are we now?
We are waiting for
Aaron,
for
who
him
is
to come
gone.
back. Maybe we'll move on to the next question and come back.
Yeah, I think we better because it is 5:30 here.
Yeah.
And it is 1:27 in the morning in Eastern time.
Yep. Yeah. And we've still got
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 20 questions left.
Yeah, 10 questions to go. And never have I ever.
And then a quiz.
And the never have I ever. So, do you want to ramp it up a little?
I'd love to. I tried earlier, but you told me off.
All right. Do we want to? Okay, who's next?
It's my turn.
Jack Rabbit.
Yep. You're asking your own question too.
I'm going to ask my own question. I have several, but some of them has been answered. So my question would be, if Eva, Pete, and I would all visit Canada one day, and you get a chance to show us around, where would you take us, and why did you pick this place? Diddy, I'll ask you first.
This is a fantastic question, and I put quite a bit of thought into it because Canada is quite large, and you obviously can't do all of Canada in one trip unless you're here for like a year. So I chose a couple of spots, starting from west and then going all the way across to east. So west coast. Actually, John talked about it earlier. Is Whistler, BC, British Columbia. The skiing, seeing the great Canadian Rockies, absolutely phenomenal. Even if you're not a skier, just the breathtaking views of the Rocky Mountains. It is something that has to be seen in a lifetime for sure. Going east now, you have to hit in the province of Alberta. You have to hit Banff and Lake Louise. These places, you still see the Rockies, but they're green lakes. You've never seen a lake like this color of green before. It is phenomenal. I've been there twice myself, and it is really, really something to see. We'll skip Manitoba and Saskatchewan, and we'll get to Ontario. You've got to check out Niagara Falls, obviously, one of the wonders of the world. The Canadian Falls, much better than the US side. It's just a fact. But you also have to have dinner at the top of the CN Tower. So the CN Tower is like the third tallest tower in the world, and it has a 360-degree revolving restaurant at the top of it. So when you're sitting for dinner, it rotates. So your view is constantly changing of the entire city. It's phenomenal.
Wow.
There's also, fun fact about the CN Tower, there are 1,776 steps to get from the ground to the top. And every year you can do the CN Tower stair climb. And I've done it for a number of years as fundraisers and for my soccer teams and stuff. And it is a hell of a journey to get from the bottom to the top. 1,776 steps is quite something.
Wow.
And then you go to the East Coast and you go to Newfoundland. And we talked earlier about Screech, Newfie Screech, where in Newfoundland you can get screeched in and to become an honorary Newfoundlander. So you have to take you have to take a shot of Screech, this Newfie Screech, which it's horrendous, but you have to sip it. You have to recite a phrase, a specific phrase that only you know about in Newfoundland. You have to eat a piece of Newfoundland steak, which is bologna, and then you have to kiss a codfish. And that whole process, and once you complete that process, you get a certificate that says you're an honorary Newfoundlander and you are sworn in to become a screecher. So that's what we would do.
That's very cool.
That sounds very interesting. That sounds extremely interesting. But like, there's so much to do. It sounds like we'd be busy there for a couple of months, JR.
Yes. I would love that. Let's all go now.
I feel like I've seen that revolving restaurant on movies.
Yeah,
has that been on a movie somewhere?
Maybe there are other restaurants that revolve. I couldn't tell you. I know that the CN Tower does it for sure. Yeah, it's quite neat.
Yeah, very interesting.
That's
And
cool.
Johnny, where would you take us?
Well, many of the spots have already been hit, but I'll add a few more to them. The first one would be to the Muskokas in mid Ontario, so not super north, but sort of in the middle, but a few hours north of Toronto. In the Muskokas, you have many, many, many small lakes, and you're surrounded by the Canadian Shield, lots of pine, cedar, birch. It's just an amazing place to be. And the second place that I would add would be the Bay of Fundy. And the Bay of Fundy is on the east coast. And the upper states of the United States, and two of our provinces, New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, surround the Bay of Fundy. And there's just so much to see. It is so picturesque, and it is so different from middle of Ontario to west coast, like the mountains that Brian spoke about. Like they're so dramatically different that to take in all of Canada, I'm sure it's like going from the east coast to the west coast of Australia. Everything as you go across, it just changes, and there's so many things to see. Same for Canada.
The other thing with Australia is not only do you have that vastness of left to right across Australia, but there's also the differences from north to south in terms of
I reckon
weather.
they're a bigger difference.
They're a bigger difference north to south.
Yeah.
And I can say that because I've lived in, a very northern place, and also a very southern place. And there is just this huge difference with fauna and flora and fauna. It's just amazing.
And temperature, like it's not as far a distance from north to south as it is to east to west, but the temperature is so much different.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I don't know where Aaron's gone. Maybe we should ask the other person to answer for him.
If he will unmute himself.
Nice try.
If he puts on Aaron's voice, we'll never know it was him.
Exactly.
Anyway, all right. Moving on.
I tried.
You tried. Yeah, you did. You did. You failed, but you tried.
Yeah.
Good work. Good try.
I'll send him a DM. See what's up.
Yep.
Yeah. Up to me, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep. We worked out what TML stands for.
Yeah. This one, Top Drag, thank you very much for that question. This one is from, I've never heard of this person, but someone called Flip. This question is for everybody. Who won your meetup golf match, and who had the most beers and fun? So we already know who won, but who had the most beers? RDiddy?
It wasn't me. I had quite a few, but I wasn't staying the night. Johnny was staying the night, and maybe he can go into more detail about the putting competition afterwards.
Yes, please. Johnny, let us know.
Sorry, what was the question?
Who won the meetup golf match, and who had the most beers and fun?
Oh my gosh, the beers went till 3 o'clock in the morning, I think. But the putting contest was a hell of a lot of fun. There's this huge putting green out in front of the cabins that you stay in. It's got to be a half of a football field long. And we putt from one end to the other end in the dark, and we hang a cell phone on the little flag where the hole is, and it's the closest to, and also the best score, and whoever wins those gets to pick the other player who has to do a shotgun. I don't know if you know what a shotgun is. Take a beer can, punch a hole in it, and you got to drink it fast.
That's a very Australian thing to do too.
Yes, nice. Foster's, mate?
Have you ever heard of a shoey?
No.
Oh,
Hang on. We can't let that go without saying something about that. That was the most non-Australian accent I've ever heard in my life.
I'm sorry.
that was a
That
very
was my
good
best
Australian
effort.
accent.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic. It was fantastic. Foster's, mate.
Nobody drinks Fosters, but yeah, it's definitely a very Australian thing.
A
A
shoey.
shoey is you take off your shoe that you've been wearing all day, empty a beer can into it, and drink from it.
Oh my
ugly.
god. Oh my god.
Made famous by a
So
Formula One driver.
are you a fan of Formula One? You see my profile pic, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So I've been a Formula One fan since the 90s. So I know exactly what a shoey is from your local driver there.
Yep.
Ricardo.
That's who made it famous.
Yep.
Yeah, good old Ricardo.
Mm.
He's put us on the map.
For shoeys, anyway.
For shoeys, yeah.
Yeah.
For shoeys. Mark Webber put you on the map. Well, that was well before Danny Rick.
Did Weber do it before Ricardo did with a shoey?
No, he didn't.
He was
not
just
the
driving
shoey.
before him.
Oh,
He was just a
if you want
driver.
if you want to talk about that, then you've got Alan Jones and a few other people before him as well, before Mark Webber.
I feel
David
like we're
Brabham.
derailing again.
Yeah, sorry. Let's keep on topic. All right. My question. We've spoken. Flip's question for Johnny's kind of been answered about cups. This is a question from Valex with 2 X's, not to be confused with Aaron with 2 A's.
Yes.
Be honest, have you ever lost your shit while playing HCR2 and done damage to anything? He's gone on to say he's killed 9 phones, or 12 phones, 9 tablets, and 3 cats. Maybe not the 3 cats. But
Wow.
sorry. RDiddy, have you damaged any attachments, any phones, or anything like that?
I have actually. There was and I remember it specifically. It was a team event where the hot rod, you had to use the hot rod in a hill climb, where you had to strategically time the explosions, and I was pressing my screen so hard that I cracked it, and that.
Oh my god.
And I legitimately, I'm still using that phone right now, and there are 6 cracks in it. It's like a spider. It has spidered, and I'm still using it. So if the hot rod ever comes up in the next team event, I might have to get a new phone.
Oh, there you
Are
go.
they all stemming from the same place where your thumbs hit?
Yeah, yes. The bottom right corner, so I guess that would be the gas pedal, right? So it's kind of in that area, and then it kind of just spider webs from there.
Yep.
Have you tried flipping the phone over so you're using the opposite corner?
You know what? That I have tried that, but with the buttons, and this is kind of like a OCD thing. The buttons where my volume and to power my phone off, they're now on the bottom, and it just feels weird to me, and I just can't do it.
I feel the same.
But my wife knows whenever I'm playing my tickets, because whenever I fail astronomically, I always let out the biggest sigh, and that's just my way of, my wife is here, I can't punch the pillow, she'll tell me I need to stop playing the game, so I'm going to just sigh, and she'll go, "Oh, what happened? You losing your little game?" Which just makes me sigh
makes it
even
even
more.
worse.
Even more.
Yeah, rage even more. Yeah.
Yeah, I love her to death.
I swear in Italian, and Steph has actually picked up on what's happening when I'm swearing in Italian. So,
that's funny.
Johnny, have you Have you broken any phones or anything like that?
I have, but it was not because I threw it. On occasion, when you're doing a team event and you have excelled at track 1, 2, and 3, you got a hot ticket going, and you're playing track 4, and it's the easiest of the 4 tracks, and you F up track 4, I have let go of my phone, such that it lands on your lap or on the couch that you're sitting on or whatever. And this one occasion, this is when I was using an S9. Just the way I dropped it, it bounced off my lap, it bounced off the couch, and just the way it hit the floor, it shattered the glass.
Yep.
And then you're looking at your phone, and there's this long pause, and you go, "Oh my God."
Yep.
And you're far more angry about the fact that you just broke your phone, but you didn't mean to break your phone. I've never raged thrown my phone. I've raged blown through purple tickets before, where you've done the 1 and then the 2 and it got a worse score and a worse score again on something that was supposed to be easy. I've done that. But yeah, I still have that S9. It still has the broken glass. I haven't decided whether I want to replace the glass and turn the phone into another account or something. But
yeah,
for
fair
now,
enough.
it just sits there as a trophy of my stupidity.
No, fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
All right, JR. Oops, JR's gone silent.
JR is on mute, so I can take over if she is AFK.
Those first 3 we've already done now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that last question, I suppose.
Last question.
Part 4.
Part 4.
Yeah.
From Sugar Daddy O.
Yeah.
Or Sugar Daddy Donut H.
Yeah, that's the one.
Number 4, my final question is, who do you think should be next Team Canada member on the podcast, and how much does it pay? We'll start with Johnny.
I think it should be him, and he needs to understand he's not going to get rich.
No, we
as in Sugar
Daddy.
Daddy?
No, oh yeah,
Super Daddy. Super Daddy.
Needs to know
not sugar.
He's not going to get rich.
But he will get famous.
He will get famous.
Sure.
Yeah.
And RDiddy, what about yourself?
Yeah, so Super Daddy O and the Lex will be our next guest, I believe. That would be that'll be a really good episode.
Yep,
for sure.
Sounds like fun.
I think it'd be neat to have Cool Dude on, but I don't know if he can do it.
Well, we can try. We can always ask.
Cool Dude, in my humble opinion, is arguably our best player. Event over event, he's always at the top. So having an excellent player like that just add his 2 cents to the game would be unique to hear his thoughts.
No, always good to get people thrown under the bus. Get them on for the next episode.
About that.
All right.
I'm just scrolling through. We've still got so many questions.
Yeah. Flip has asked a very good question. Some of us have already answered this, but I quite like it. JR, do you want to ask this one?
Yeah, the question is there a story behind your player name, and would you pick something different if you could turn back time?
Okay, so to keep this short, let's just say our alternate name if we could turn back time, because we've all kind of given an understanding of what our names are over the podcast episodes and stuff, and Johnny and RDiddy have both given us why. So what would your alternate name be, JR?
I don't know.
That's a really funny name. I don't know. You could shorten that to IDK.
No, IDK.
Hang on, we've already got an
IDK.
IDK.
Have
We've
we?
got an
Because
IDK in Team 3, yeah.
You could be IDK too.
no. Listen, I've been through the stage of team hopping, name changing. I've done all of that shit. Okay, I'm too
Yeah.
old to change my name, and I've been known for this name for a very long time. So if you ask
Okay.
me that question, I don't know.
Okay. So it's not it's now ITO.
What is ITO?
I'm too
I'm too
old.
old. God,
Pete, what about
can you
you?
edit this, please? I just peed a little when you said
Pete?
Beardo.
Beardo. Okay. RDiddy?
At least it's got some sort of creativity.
Yep. RDiddy, what about you?
I drive a Subaru Impreza.
Yep.
So Subaru backwards is you're a bus.
Yep.
I would change my name to you're a bus.
You're a bus. Okay. Johnny, what about yourself?
Wow. You did ask the question about the TML, but you never asked the question about why I'm called JonyDive.
Well, I assumed Johnny was your name.
Well, my name is John.
And you went diving.
Name is John, and you've dived.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go on, tell us. Go on
From the
quickly.
sky.
Early on, meaning in my early 20s, even late teens, actually, I started playing slow pitch, which is a form of baseball. And my shirt number was 5. And my teammates, because of the movie, called me Johnny 5.
Johnny 5 is
alive. Yeah.
Yep.
That's very cool.
I was an outfielder, and I was reckless, meaning I would make an attempt on just about anything. And often you would see me dive and pancake on the ground, whether I made the catch or not.
Cool.
And then it morphed from Johnny 5 to JonyDive.
Oh, that is very cool. So, what would you have your name
to something else? I'm at a loss. I wouldn't know what I would call myself.
Okay, interesting.
It was a very strange name, but I'll run with it.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like it though. Okay, so what would I call myself if I wasn't Eva? Oh, look, there's so many names that I've been called over the years, but probably Mickey, Mickey, but not because of the mouse.
What about Donatello?
No. But yeah, not because of the mouse. There's a few people that used to call me Mickey that got away with it because I've always been stern about my name being called Michael. And there was only 4 or 5 people in the world who actually get away with calling me Mickey without me correcting them. So it was kind of an homage to them, you know. So that's why I'd change my name. If I did, I'd change it to Mickey with no ears, no rabbit, no mouse ears. Okay.
Named after the famous chocolate bar. Mickey Way.
Mickey Way. Oh, really? Oh, Milky Way.
That's Milky Way.
Milky Way. Oh my God. Yep. So here is a question from Kiwi, and it is: when will Flip go on the podcast?
He's already been on.
And I actually forgot. Flip, what would you call yourself if you didn't call yourself Flip? How would you use silence? How would you use silence as a name in the game? I want to know how you'd use the. Is there an M-Joy for that?
I could hear him giggling in
emoji.
the background.
An M-Joy, an emoji. Yeah, one of those. All right, Pete.
I
your
reckon
question?
he would be called CAN Shush. Gosh. Devastator has asked a question for all 3. What syrup is better, Hungary Jack or Auntie Jemima? I'll start with JonyDive.
Neither. The best syrup is maple syrup.
Exactly.
Yep. That's asked and answered. That's perfect.
Yep.
Yeah. None of that fake
Awesome. I don't know what either of those two are, so thank you.
They're very commercialized. You can't even call it maple syrup. Table syrup, I think, is what it's called. You get them at the grocery store, and they're real cheap. But you got to get the real stuff from actual farmers that tap the trees. It's night and day difference.
Yeah.
He's also got another question specifically for RDiddy. He says, for the artist formerly known as RDiddy, was Dev more or less handsome than you imagined when you met in person?
So he wants me to say yes. So yes, Dev, you are handsome. That's what you want to hear.
No, not more handsome. Was he more handsome than you imagined?
I'm not answering that question. So Devastator, actually, we go back a very, very long time. I think he was Busted Knuckles, and we were Chaos, and they merged and merge after merge after merge, and now we're Empire. So a lot of us go back a very, very, very long time. And he actually was the very first person that I met in through HCR2. I had a work conference in Michigan, and I knew he lived out that way. Michigan's a pretty big state, so I had no idea where he was. I said, "Hey, I'm doing this work thing. I'm here. I'm staying at this hotel. How far away is this from you?" He says, "Dude, that's like 3 stoplights from where I work." I said, "No way. We got to meet up." He says, "Sure." So we met. We had a couple of beers. We played some tickets. We've got a lot in common, actually. We both are automotive mechanics by trade. We both have kids. We're both relatively the same age. We both love the color fuchsia and long walks on the beach. You know what I mean? And we just had
really?
Yeah. No, I'm teasing. But we just we had a lot in common, and real good guy for sure.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. JR, your turn.
Hang on. I'm scrolling.
Yeah, there's a few there that don't really need to be asked.
Yeah.
Yep.
A question from Kiwi. I found a question from Kiwi. For RDD, who do you think is the best Canadian player?
Yeah, so I can't say just one player because I guess it varies per event, but some of the best Canadian players in the game are on Empire 1, and you'll know who they are by their flags. A lot of them, there's a couple of them on Empire 2, and you'll know who they are because of their flags. And there's an entire team of them on Team Canada. Also, Too Much Clutch has got a number of really, really good Canadian players. Quebec has them. I can't name just one. That would be negative to all the other talent as well. But Canada has some really, really strong players for sure.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, Pete, do you want to ask a question? The next one?
I would love to. This one is another one from Devastator, and it's for RDiddy. What has been your most memorable moment in this game so far, and why?
So, do you remember the podcast you had with Jordan, Lupin, and Devastator, where he was snoring?
Yes.
And they
Yes, I
said in that episode, the question that was asked was what was the most memorable moment at the time, and Lupin said when Chaos 1 matched Chaos 2, and this was when you had to time your matches and press the button we're doing it at 8:30, and you press the button at 8:30, And I read the whole thing absolutely wrong. And I was leader of Team 2 at the time, and I matched Team 1. And it was this, yeah, the team event was called Don't Hate, Coordinate. And they did not let me live that down for a very long time. So that's just
sounds like they haven't still.
I actually
Yeah.
remember that. I remember that. That was the most hilarious thing I'd ever heard up until then.
Yeah, I actually have the screenshot somewhere. Don't hate, coordinate. Chaos 1 versus Chaos 2, and I took a lot of heat for that. So in terms of memorable moments in the game, that's pretty high up there. But on a more serious note, the merges are also pretty memorable because they bring in different cultures and different viewpoints of the game. There's a lot of different people. And once a merge is successful, and we've been through a number of them, it completely changes the landscape of the game for the positive. And so merges, when they do happen and when they're successful, it's very rewarding.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Mm.
Now, I was just going to say, there's a couple of questions we've skipped over. A big shout out to Am I? ? So, am I? Am I?
I am.
No, that's backwards. He's asked the same question as Devastator, but specifically about Chaos, and you've actually answered that because the answer was from Chaos. Bojack, good shout out to Bojack. Thanks for the question. We didn't get a chance to read it out. Pickles, thanks again for the question. Again, we didn't get a chance to read it out. It already has been answered. And Russ, Faux King Balls. Faux King. Was that Faux King Balls? I don't know. Rambo as well. We've asked and answered that question in the general questions of it all. So this kind of leads us to the never have I ever.
Quiz.
Yeah. So JR, did you want to start asking the questions?
Yes, let's go to the quiz.
Do we need a third participant?
I see where you're going with this, but I don't think he's listening. But we could answer it on his behalf.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, all right. Sorry, I digress.
Jackrabbit, take it away.
Take it away.
Yes, so here is the quiz for HCR2 for our podcast guests. So 1 point for each one that you have never done before. So I will ask Diddy first and then JonyDive. Let's go in that order. So the first question is, have you ever run a team event ticket on a live stream, like streaming on Discord?
Yes.
Or Diddy? Yeah, yes. And Johnny, have you?
No.
No. Okay. Next question. Have you ever made a custom track? Diddy?
Yes.
Yes. Johnny?
Yes.
Yes. Third question. Has this custom track ever been featured in the community showcase? Diddy?
No.
No. Johnny?
No.
No. Okay. Next question. Have you ever spent gems to get the XP multiplier in the shop? Diddy?
For 100% yes.
Yes. And Johnny?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, number 5 question. Have you ever spent 4,000 gems and purchased a legendary chest for XP? Diddy?
I'm ashamed to admit, yes, it was in the very early stage of sports car, and I thought it would get further ahead, but it just landed me in gem problems. But yes, I have.
Yes, you have. And that's a lot of gems. And Johnny, have you?
No.
No. Okay. Number 6 question. Have you ever spent real money in the game, Diddy?
Yes.
Yes. Johnny?
Yes.
Yes. Number 7 question. Have you ever completed masteries for all current vehicles with mastery? And currently we have 10 vehicles. Didi.
Yes. Yes.
And Johnny?
No.
No. Okay, so not yet completed. Number 8
No,
question.
I have 2 to go. 2 to go.
You
I
have
still have
2
the
to
Jeep.
go. Oh.
Jeep and the motocross.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Next question. Have you ever thought of giving up playing the game? Didi?
Yes, I have.
Yes, you have. Johnny?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, next question. Have you ever used a prefix in your name to announce what team you are in? Didi?
Yes, in the chaos days, I put the K in front of my name.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Yes. And Johnny?
Yes.
I believe it's still in your name. Yes.
It's still there from the very first team.
Uh-huh, yes. Next question. Have you ever created content for a YouTube channel? Didi?
No, I have not.
You have not. And Johnny?
No.
No. Next question. Have you ever met another HCR2 teammate or player in real life? Didi?
Yes, I have.
Yes. Uh-huh. Johnny?
Yes.
Yes. And the last question. Have you ever done a face reveal on any Discord server, not including the podcast server? Didi?
Yes, I have.
Yes, you have. And Johnny?
Yes, I have.
Yes, you have to.
Wow.
Let's see.
Wow, this is
That was a
interesting.
very good score from Diddy.
It was. It was. So, Diddy, Johnny, unfortunately, you got 5 points, 5 nevers, which means you're somewhere in the middle of the pack. But RDiddy, you have scored 2 nevers. So you are now the new current champion of the Never Have I Ever Hill Climb Racing 2 Season 3 edition.
Give him the belt. Give him the belt.
So you get a new color and role for the AusNZ community server, podcast server. So congratulations. Unfortunately, that's all you get. There's no there's nothing else. You get our love and admiration.
That's awesome.
But
who did he steal it from?
He stole it from Mose.
Mm-hmm.
And how much did Mose get?
3. So 1 point clear.
Ooh.
But he's still
How good is that?
He's still 1 point behind me. I only got 1 never. So
yeah, but you don't count. So
I don't count. I didn't write the quiz, so it wasn't. It's not like I wrote the quiz just to get myself in the lead. But yeah, very very cool. Congratulations on winning nothing.
Yeah.
I demand a recount.
Okay. Unfortunately, I do this in Excel, and I can do a screenshot if you like.
I'm kidding.
No, I'm kidding too. No, I'm not kidding about the Excel, but I'm not kidding about the screenshot either. But that's all right. All right, here we go. Here we go. So, this has been an extremely long podcast, but I must admit I've had a whole lot of fun listening to A-A-Ron, RDiddy, and JonyDive chat about the game, us, their lives in the game, their lives in Canada, and it's been amazing to have you on. Really, really, really enjoyed myself. Thanks again for spending so much time with us. I look forward to editing this because it's going to be epic. So before I go, Pete, do you have anything to add?
No, I reckon it's already been long enough. So,
Think so?
yeah, let's just get on with it. I
Yep,
reckon.
JR.
Yeah, before we say the goodbyes, I would like to ask RDD and John if they have some shout outs. Didi can go first.
Yes, I would like to shout out everyone on Team Canada and Canada 1 and Canada 2 in the Canada family, and also on Empire, which is arguably one of the best families of teams in the game. So shout out to both groups of teams. They're both fantastic people on both sides. So not anyone in particular, just the entire community for sure.
Yes. And Johnny.
I would also give the same shout out to all of the Team Canada and feeder team members. And also, you thanked us, and we appreciate you having us on, but certainly thanks to you guys for not only hosting this, but also sharing some similar stories that are Australian/New Zealand related, which is really neat to hear too. So it's not just all about your guests, it's about you guys too.
We really appreciate that.
Yes. We appreciate your time being with us here, and to all our listeners for sending their questions. From myself, I would like to wish everyone a happy holiday because this will be our last recording for the year.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Pete, any last words quickly?
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay. So, considering this has been such a long podcast, and if you are still listening, it means you've enjoyed what you've heard. So please like and subscribe, so you can hear more of what we have to do with some of our future guests. As JR has already said, I hope you all have a fantastic holiday with family and friends. Enjoy yourselves over the break if you have a break. And I really look forward to hearing your comments about this amazing episode. And yeah, it's been great. Thanks very much for everybody. Thanks very much to Pete and JR for another great year. And thanks to all of our guests over the last 63 episodes. It's been wonderful. Thanks very much. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas.
Okay, bye.
Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Thanks for having us.